All right. We're going to need patience here. We've had a few issues pop up late yesterday. Can I have everyone be quiet, please? Hello? All of you in the room, standing, talking, please quiet down. I can't run the meeting if I got all this noise going on, and my hearing is not real good, so it doesn't take much background noise, so I can't hear anything. All right. The other thing is I'd like everybody to turn their cell phones or iPhones onto silent or vibrate at least so we don't get interrupted. Welcome, everyone, and thanks for the weather. It's beautiful. Unfortunately, it caused a glitch. Our commissioners couldn't get here because their flight was canceled and they couldn't fly in. So we're going to try something a little different. We're going to phone them in. So the hope is we'll get them on a conference line so they can hear you and they can hear, and you can hear them. And they will be, hopefully, most of them be able to follow any presentations on the live stream. So we're going to kind of use two mediums here at once. So unfortunately, we're forced to make some adjustments here because of the unforeseen impact of the storm. And we'll wing it, so again, be a little patient. And what I need to now know is, do I have any commissioners on the line? Is the line open yet?
It is, and all three are on the line.
I'm sorry. They're all three? Can I have each of the commissioners acknowledge their presence?
Jim Kellogg's here. Richard Rogers here. And Mike Sutton's here. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, President Sutton. What I'll do, Mike, if you're fine with it, I'll run through the basic introductions and business, and then I'll attempt to hand it over to you. Is that suitable?
Our stakeholders, especially those who took the trouble to get to the meeting in Mount Shasta, for our inability to be there in person, and appreciate their patience. And it wasn't because we didn't try.
That's going to be hard. All right. With that, our goal today is informed decision making. In that spirit, and given the unexpected situation, we all need to work together to make this happen. We are operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Proceedings are being recorded, as is the audio. Each person has a total of 10 minutes for the day to speak on agenda items. The amount of time for each agenda item may be adjusted based on time available. Please make sure to list the agenda item you wish to speak on the speaker card. Speaker cards need to be turned in to the staff before we start that particular agenda item, and what I'd like you to do is give it to one of the enforcement officers here, and they'll deliver it to Mary over here, so we make sure you're queued up to speak. We'll probably be calling several names at a time in order that you can kind of line up behind the person at the podium here to speak. If you're not in the room when your name is called, you may forfeit your opportunity to speak on the item. When you come up to speak, please state your name and affiliation, if any, just for the record. And please be respectful, and disruptions from the audience will not be tolerated. Time is precious, so please be concise. Items may be heard in a different order than they are on the agenda if the President of the Commission needs to move things. And on public forum, which will start after the formal introductions, just so everyone knows, if you want to speak on an item that's already agendized on the agenda, we need to hold your comments to that agenda item. So public forum are for those things that aren't on the agenda, general comment. I will also be trying to share with the commissioners kind of the late correspondence, so I'll be verbalizing that for you commissioners, just so you're aware of it, because unless you were able to get it remotely, there's some late handouts I want to make sure you're aware of. And with that, I would like to recognize our law enforcement officers here today. Of course, we have Mike Carrion, the Chief of Enforcement. We have Captain Rick Banco, Warden Rick Wharton, Warden Daniel Beck, and Warden Chris, I'm going to butcher this name, Getcher? Geidich? Girdich, sorry. Somebody with a name like Sankey ought to not mess up names like that. So thanks again for being here, and of course everyone who slogged their way here. We do appreciate it. And also, commissioners, we have Supervisor Michael Kobseff and maybe later Supervisor Ed Valenzuela. And with that, commissioners, we can start public forum, and I would let the supervisor go first, if that's all right with you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Sankey.
All right. Welcome.
Well, welcome to all of you. We ordered snow for you, but we thought you were in town yesterday. Sorry about that. We wanted to make the setting right. This is Michael Kobseff. I'm the Vice Chair of the Siskiyou County Board of Supervisors. I'm here to welcome you, even on the phone, President Sutton and members, to Siskiyou County. We thank you for coming here and having the venue at this remote part of the state. We look forward to another visit from you, hopefully personally. You'll be hearing from many of our residents in Siskiyou County, and we appreciate the effort in bringing it here to the North State. So again, welcome and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. And you may not be aware of this, but we will be back in Siskiyou County in September. We'll be meeting in Wairika the first week in September as part of our joint meeting with the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission in Medford. We intend to do a tour of the Klamath Basin while we're with the Oregon Commission, since that's a major cross-border issue. So we look forward to seeing you in person then.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker.
Dr. Richard Gierak, Jennifer Fearing, and Don Belkin.
And before you start, there's a little timing device on the podium there, just so you know. I start the clock for 3 minutes. And if you see me start doing this, it means you're over your time, and I'd like you to wrap up as quickly as possible. So go right ahead.
I'm Dr. Richard Gierak with the Siskiyou County Water Users Association. And basically, over the last 2 years, we have submitted to this commission 3 different petitions involving coho salmon and the delisting of same. The first one was rejected, surprisingly, because of the use of acronyms such as NMFS, NOAA, EIS. And we find that if you really do not and are not as familiar with these acronyms as your own names, that's a pretty sad story to say. However, that first petition was never reviewed, just rejected because of the use of acronyms. Second petition, that was even worse. That one was rejected on the basis of formatting and the use of a colored graphic instead of a black and white graphic. Third petition was most interesting. We finally met the first 2 requirements, and then we find that because we use web links. Now, in the scientific community, it is normal that when you go ahead and take out and extract a sentence, a paragraph, data, that you put the associated link so that if you are not familiar with it, you can go and confirm it. I find that not being able to go ahead and accept the petition with the use of clarifying documentation is ludicrous and really makes it sound like not too qualified to review this information. You know, although coho salmon have been considered non-indigenous to California waters, the California State Fish and Game Commission has listed them, and therefore we're having these dam removal problems. We're having coho recovery plan problems, which are affecting private citizens, private property, water usage throughout this entire county. And this is very disappointing. We find that you do have the right to list any fish you please. However, under the Commerce Clause of the United States Constitution, you have no authority to affect any changes whatsoever. Only Federal Endangered Species Act can be involved. Again, we've submitted these documents here, which basically are made up of the last delisting petition to you. including the delisting petition that National Marine Fisheries Service accepted, so that this is hopefully for your review. If these documents, which not only include just the delisting petitions, but multiple other documents regarding the true science regarding coho as to them being native in California waters, are not reviewed, possibly we need individuals who have qualifications to do so. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and you have a great day.
Thank you, and I just wanted to comment. I'm the guy that's been rejecting your petition.
Okay.
And what we should do is chat afterwards. I can give you some examples. It's a content and formatting issue, so I can help you work on getting it in a form that we can actually accept it. Because there are some regulations that require certain content, and I just need to make sure we can get it in that condition.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be leaving immediately. Right. However, I've
get my contact information. We should chat.
All right, thank you. I will.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Mastrop. Good morning, President Sutton and members of the Commission. I'm Jennifer Fearing. I'm here today on behalf of the Humane Society of the United States. And I'm here this morning during public comment to reiterate our request that the Commission initiate a comprehensive review of our state's predator policies. I think some of you may have seen, if not, I have copies of an op-ed that I had published in the Sacramento Bee last week, making the case for this comprehensive review. I followed that up with a letter to the Commission, to Mr. Sutton and Mr. Mastrop last week, asking that the Fish and Game Commission use its authority to direct the new Wildlife Resources Committee to evaluate current predator rules and regulations, identify pressing and outdated policies that prescribe these rules and regulations, and then propose appropriate administrative, regulatory, and legislative changes that are necessary to modernize and improve the state's management, wise use, and protection of predator species. There are continued evidence of problems. I'm sure this is just a drop in the bucket, but if you'd put the picture up, here's a picture of a pile of 6 dead foxes found roadside in Shasta County last week. I'm told by animal control up there, this is one of 3 such piles that they have found discarded and wasted along the roads in Shasta County in just the past couple weeks. It's good to notice that this is totally legal in California, save for the possible unlawful disposal of an animal carcass under nuisance laws. But under our regulations with respect to Fish and Game Code, there's nothing wrong with blasting away foxes and wasting them, not using them for anything. Their pelts aren't being used, these animals' flesh is obviously not being eaten. We don't, as a state right now, maintain data or statistics on fur bearers. This is not management. This is just a waste. This is killing for its own sake. And what we know is this could be seriously affecting our ecosystem. And when farmers have too many mice and squirrels, the solution will be poisons, because we'll have eliminated the natural rodent managers by allowing practices like this to continue unabated and unrestricted. So I'm here again asking you today to lead on this. It's what the Commission is properly authorized to do in the state of California. These policies need to be reviewed. The last time there were changes made to the regulations affecting foxes was 1981. And again, this is just an example. So I'm pleading with the Commission to direct your new committee to take this issue up. It's completely appropriate to set this as the first priority and task of this new group, this ecosystem-based management. Let's start at the top.
Right, thank you. Commissioners, just so we're at the end of the public forum, I will be asking if there's any actions based on testimony you'd like staff to take. And with that, I'll have the next speaker come up.
Sonke, if I might, this is
Sure.
Chuck Bonham.
Oh, hello, Chuck.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Supervisor Kopseff for the welcome and let everyone know I apologize for not personally being there. I will be on the phone during public comment if anyone has a question for the department at the end of your wrap-up. I'm looking forward to hearing the public comment and have spent a lot of time in Siskiyou County to know the issues and enjoy the partnerships we're trying to build up there on a variety of topics.
All right. Public speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners and Director Bonham. My name is Don Belkin, and I'm from Shasta County, where I've lived for almost 30 years. During that time, I have lived in a rural area where I am fortunate enough to observe all kinds of wildlife, including coyotes, bobcat, fox, and bear. Today, I'm here to voice my opposition to California's policies allowing the liberal take of predators, including trapping, hunting, and killing contests. I know that at the February Commission meeting, there were comments made in opposition to the recently held coyote killing contest in Modoc County. I know that additional predator contests take place in Shasta County as well. In fact, the local Sportsman's Warehouse store in Redding showcases flyers that advertise these contests from time to time. Predator killing contests in Shasta County are also advertised on the internet. As someone who used to hunt waterfowl, I deplore practices which promote indiscriminate killing for bragging rights and prizes and dumping of animals after the fact. That's not conservation, but rather slaughter and waste. I believe that it is not ethical hunting and can only hurt the reputation of legitimate hunters and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Before moving to Shasta County, I was a deputy district attorney in San Mateo County, and before that I was an Army military police captain. Based on my prosecuting experience, I believe that encouraging indiscriminate and wanton killing of species encourages people to violate the law, including trespass, hunting at night, and baiting. Furthermore, contests target young people to go out and kill for numbers and size, followed by dumping carcasses and waste. In my view, killing contests and sport hunting do nothing but lay the groundwork for a poaching mentality. So I'm here today to ask the Commission to review the regulations under your authority that contribute to the excessive death toll these contests and sport hunting practices create. About a week ago, my wife was driving along a Shasta County highway and came upon a stack of dead adult foxes stacked ceremoniously on top of one another alongside the road. She took the picture presented by Ms. Fearing. We know these animals were not killed for their pelts or food. This photo shows what happens during the current sport hunting season for fox and every day of the year for coyotes. Where is the science that says we have too many foxes, bobcats, and coyotes? What are the impacts from random killing of predators in a given area? Where are the ethics and common sense? I believe these are questions, among others, which should be evaluated by the department. I ask that you exercise your authority to stop the indiscriminate practice of killing predators. I also urge you to take a good look at your predator management policies on the whole. Please consider policies which promote and educate the public about the role of predators in the ecosystem to reduce conflicts and the need to kill.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yeah. Thank you for your consideration of my views.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to have Supervisor Valenzuela cut in line here. I understand he's here. Thank you.
No, thank you. I just want to thank the staff and the commissioners via telephone. Mr. Bonham, appreciate this happening here. I think it's rather impressive that you see the crowd that, due to the weather, that they're still willing to come. So I appreciate you guys coming up and just want to just mention that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll get the next speaker.
Wayne King, Jeffrey Stewart, Greg Helms, Paul Weekland, and Monica Engelbertson.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Wayne King. I live in Shasta County, west of Redding, near Igo. I've been a California resident since 1939 and have been a hunter and fisherman most of my life. I'm here to speak out in defense of wildlife, in particular predators, and I am especially against sanctioned coyote killing contests. These killing contests are not hunting, are not sportsmanship. In my opinion, these contests are nothing but senseless and barbaric slaughter. As a means of controlling coyote population, these contests are scientifically proven by wildlife biologists to be counterproductive. Let's leave them alone, and by nature their populations will self-regulate, and an ecological balance will be achieved. We need to have fish and wildlife regulations in place to promote coyote, to protect the coyote and other non-game wildlife like the protections afforded mountain lions and wolves. In summation, let us remember extinction is forever. When wildlife is gone, mankind will soon follow. To quote the naturalist John Muir, "In God's wildness lies the hope of the world." Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Mr. President, members of the Commission, and Director Bonham. My name is Jeffrey Stewart.
Could you speak more into the mic? Sorry.
I live in Shasta County. I traveled here today to ask
I'm sorry, I did not get the gentleman's name.
Could you
Jeffrey Stewart.
Jeffrey Stewart. Go right ahead.
I traveled here today to ask you to initiate a review of California's outdated laws and regulation with respect to predators. Indiscriminate hunting, trapping, and killing of predators is a waste of life that disregards important ecological role coyotes, foxes, bobcats, and other predators play in maintaining ecosystem health and species diversity. California needs more responsible and ethical wildlife management. Allowing unrestricted and commercial take of predators is not about hunting or sound land management. And specifically, killing contests are a most egregious and unjustified practice. One that is about personal profit, animal cruelty, and the severe disruption of ecosystem balance. It is time California's wildlife management officials, which include the Commission, conducted a top-to-bottom evaluation of our approach to managing predators in California, including a review of current scientific literature and proven practices that are more likely to yield better outcomes for wildlife and other animals and people. Scientists broadly concur that predators like coyotes, foxes, bears, bobcats, and wolves don't require human intervention to manage their population. This isn't new thinking, nor is it fueled by an anti-hunting ideology. Even the editors of our local paper, the Reading Searchlight, get it. Writing recently, quote, "We sympathize with the ranchers' need to earn a living and protect their stock. But this is California in 2013. Whatever the broader goal, a hunting contest with a prize for the tallest stack of pelts just won't last long in the spotlight. Some wildlife biologists argue that hunting coyotes only backfires. They point to evidence that the coyotes breed faster and have larger litters and grow smarter under the pressure. If that's true, the contest might be a waste of time in addition to a black eye." That's from the February 10th, 2013 editorial. It is unfortunate that federal and state agencies haven't yet embraced more ecologically appropriate, humane, and more effective predator management strategies. But you can change that today by directing your new Wildlife Resources Committee to make this its first priority order of business. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, President Sutton and commissioners out there and folks here in snowy Mount Shasta. My name is Greg Helms with the Ocean Conservancy. Two related themes this morning. One is I just want to express appreciation to commission staff, yourself, Mr. Sutton, for the work that went into the Central Coast Monitoring Symposium that happened in Monterey. was it just last week, I think, week before last. I think a lot of people are looking and happy with the initial biological response that's happening. That's important. But I think what's equally notable, if not even sort of more notable, is there was this question out there about is California positioned to do adaptivity? Do we have the science and the partnerships, the ability to take public policy and to experiment, make informed, intentional sort of decisions about making incremental moves and learning from it and moving forward? And I think the answer was a resounding yes, but. Notably, I think we know the next 10 or 15 words about what comes after that, and that's crucial and notable, and I didn't want to lose that. The other theme that's related that I want to mention is that I and a growing number of folks across a range of stakeholder types believe that kind of partnerships, that the capacity that are now being demonstrated in the science world, in the adaptation category, are going to serve us well as we need, as a number of us feel that we need to make a pivot to bringing these kinds of concepts of adaptivity and habitat and science-based approaches to fisheries management into the fishery management world. And that's something that I think people are seeing across the board in a way that's very exciting. And I'd like to very much appreciate the openness to this discussion that you've shown me, Sankey, and that folks across Ocean Protection Council, the NGO world are doing as well. Here I am at Orange. So there's that pivot that I'm stealing the term from Mr. Bonham, and I hope he won't be mad for me butchering it. But we do have these partnerships, and we are in need of applying them. Not just, I haven't forgotten, not just in spite of the fact that we're out of money, but actually because we're out of money, we are in a good position to make small steps and really identify the next incremental move, infused and informed by science and looking at careful adaptive work in this area. So I look forward to being a partner and having that much longer conversation that's only just started and is starting. But I want to report that a number of people are having it, and the partnerships and the framework that's coming out and was demonstrated at the symposium is something we should harness, not just, again, in spite of the fact that we're broke, but because of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add, I participated in the Central Coast MPA review, and I was truly surprised by all the work that was going on. I'd learned about a lot of projects I had no idea were underway, which also made us realize we need to spend more time coordinating and talking to each other so we're aware of all this energy and work going on. It was pretty impressive. Next speaker.
Commissioners, oh wait. Director, oh wait. Absentees, Paul Weakland. Remember that your effort is meaningless, it's results we're looking for. That's why in the state of California you continue to study. Oh, we have all of these little projects going on everywhere that are not coordinated by design. We need to start to begin, to prepare, to plan, to move forward, ever so slowly. When will you start to begin to plan, to create movement forward? Well, only when it benefits you. Like the Abalone situation. You allowed 8 divers from Santa Barbara to derail the ARMP by at the last minute shoving in a Section 8 at the very end of the alternatives. Yet that's all that you ever want to look at. When will you fulfill your promises and your responsibilities to open the fishery south of San Francisco, lift the moratorium in San Francisco County, San Mateo County, Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, and San Luis Obispo County, where there are large numbers of harvestable abalones? You're now going to say that the MPAs that were put into place, we're studying them, but we're going to study them forever because we cannot conclusively demonstrate any measurable or detectable benefits from closing the most pristine habitats, the most abundant resources. These locations were the only ones chosen where the most fish had ever come from. So there will always be more fish and bigger fish in these areas. It's kind of ludicrous, isn't it? Mismanagement is being accused on all fronts. Oh, and here, look. Your commissioners can't even manage to make it to their own meeting. Unbelievable. I see faces from all over the state, San Diego, look, Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, who made an effort to make it to this meeting because they feel it's important. But the guys that the governor appointed, they're not even here. It is an insult by the way that the mismanagement of this department is going on. And I believe that if you really look into the finances of the Fish and Game, the 5 endowments that you have, the bank accounts, the way that you squander monies on studies because we'll pay for a study that, we want it to come out a certain way, so we'll pay double to have our biased views put forth. Yet a study that does not adapt to your point of view or project goals is eliminated and never to be looked at. Honesty is the best policy, but it's not the policy of the Fish and Game, is it? Why not? I see I'm out of time. Are you going to allow me to continue to speak?
No, please wrap up, Paul.
So what about the abalone situation? We know that you derailed the process by planning failure. That is how you succeed many times. We'll plan failure and say, oh, we're out of money. Oh, well, we just can't do it because
Hey,
we
Paul,
lie, cheat, steal, and swindle.
Can you wrap it up?
That is your standard operating procedure.
Thank you, Paul. Last speaker.
Next speaker. Oh, good. Oh, sorry.
Hi, this is Monica Ingebrigtsen with Born Free USA, and I'm here just to sort of reiterate and echo the concerns of earlier speakers that encourage the state to do an overhaul on predator management and policy in the state. I think it's pretty true that our policies, as they stand now, are kind of out of date with modern conservation science and understanding of the role that predators play in the environment. And things like unlimited bag limits and things kind of encourage reckless and unethical behavior. Things like the coyote contest hunt are kind of symptomatic of outdated thinking and beliefs about the impacts that predators have on livestock and what constitutes an effective response to the losses that do occur, as well as a lack of understanding of their role in the ecosystem. I imagine that, when the things like contest hunts started, it's because people actually believed that it was necessary to hedge against livestock losses and that they were managing the coyote population. We now know that those things aren't true, and it seems that the practices continue on out of tradition and out of hobby, and I think it's time to change those and while looking at the bigger picture, also work on the symptoms, which are the contest hunts, and try to, take steps to end the ability of those types of contest hunts to take place, and then while also still looking at our broader policies to make sure that our treatment of predators in California is consistent with modern conservation science. Speaking back to the traditions, I read a quote by Mark Twain recently that said that the less there is to justify a tradition, the harder it is to get rid of. Let's hope that that's not the case with coyote killing contests and other predator contests, such as the killing of the foxes. It appears to be a similar motivation there. Thanks.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker?
No, there's one more speaker.
Oh.
Bill Gaines.
Members of the Commission, President Sutton, Commission staff, Department staff, my name is Bill Gaines. I'm President of the California Outdoor Heritage Alliance. And I'd like to reiterate what we said at last month's Fish and Game Commission meeting. It is critical that wildlife managers and ranchers maintain the ability to effectively and quickly manage problem predators. So whatever the Commission does to move forward with this, it's critical that we maintain that ability and let science be the guide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. And Mr. President, before I turn it over to you for discussion, I wanted to highlight that we got 6 very late items for public forum under late correspondence. I know some of you may have access to it on our U-Drive, but I will highlight them real quickly just so in case you have questions. One was on nearshore, transferring nearshore permits. Another was, there were 2 addressing the Drakes Bay Oyster Company with the appeals and the injunction. You received another one asking to ban trapping of bobcats, and another one on predator management, asking review of predator management, and then the final one was on exotic feline breeding compounds. And if you want me to review any one of those specifically, I will. The one other thing I had.
What was the last one again, please?
Oh, it was from a Richard it was from a Seyfarth Shaw, a letter you will be getting on exotic feline breeding compounds. It's a ZAA issue, which I'll be talking to you about future business later on in the meeting.
Thank you.
Hey, Sankey, if you can remind people, including staff and yourself, if you speak directly into the microphone, we're able to hear fine. But if somebody turns their head a little bit and everything, then it's kind of hard to hear on the phone.
Sure. Will do, Mr. Kellogg. With that, I did also want to announce we have a new legal representative from the AG's office, Christopher Ames. And I don't know, are you on the phone, Christopher?
I am, Sankey. Thank you.
Welcome, commissioners. That's your new counsel. If you want to give him any advice, you're welcome to. And with that, Mr. President, we heard several recommendations. Is there any direction regarding public forum?
Thank you, Sankey, and thank you everybody for who spoke. I have two suggestions stemming from what we heard during the public forum. First of all, I want to thank Greg and the other folks who helped organize the Central Coast MPA Symposium last week in Monterey. I found it very, very interesting. I know Sankey and Craig Schumann, our Marine advisor, and I were all three there representing the commission. It's a pity that our other commissioners couldn't join us, because this was a symposium focused on the first 5 years of results from the marine protected areas that were created in 2007 off the south central coast. And surprisingly, there were quite a few results to report, both in terms of ecological recovery and socioeconomic studies that have been done. So what I want to suggest, Sankey, and at the pleasure of my fellow commissioners, is that just as we did 5 years ago after the Ventura Symposium on the first 5 years of the Channel Islands MPAs, that we ask the organizers to do an abbreviated briefing for the full commission on the results of the symposium, and so that everybody can have the benefit of what we learned at that 3-day meeting in Monterey last week.
I'll second that motion. I think that we have to have that kind of information to know whether we're being successful or not.
I agree entirely. Thank you, Mike, for making that suggestion. The only reason that I was not there is that I was closing the escrow and leaving my home of 27 years.
I know how much you wanted to be
Sorry
there.
about that. I would have been there.
Thank you for that. And so I've already asked Skylie McAfee, who heads the California Ocean Science Trust, to organize, if she would be willing to organize a briefing for the commission. Maybe she and someone from the department would be appropriate. So, Sankey, maybe we can get that on the agenda for a
Mike, let's do
future meeting.
Let's do it to a motion and a vote, because we got other issues that are going to be coming up.
So I'll entertain a motion on that this issue.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
All right. Do a roll call.
Aye. I think we have to do a roll call, Sankey.
Yes,
because we're
sorry.
A roll call.
Mr. Sutton?
Aye.
Mr. Kellogg?
Aye.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
It's unanimous?
Unanimous.
Thank
you very much. Let me, and we can calendar that, Sankey, for whenever it's convenient for the folks that, and I'll leave it to you and the staff to talk with the department and the monitoring enterprise as to who's appropriate to do that briefing. The second issue that has come up during the public forum that I want to make a recommendation on is the issue of predator management and predator killing contests. We've heard about this before at previous meetings. Apparently we do have the authority to regulate this type of activity under methods of take, so we don't need new authority. I'm going to suggest that we send this this issue to the Wildlife Resources Committee, our newly created Wildlife Resources Committee, so that they can take further testimony on the issue, get the opinion of the department and scientists involved in predator ecology, and make a recommendation back to the full commission for potential action.
I agree, Mr. President. That's exactly how we do things on the Marine Resources Committee side of the ledger.
Yeah, I thought you were going to do something different, Mike. That's why I want to make sure we were having roll call votes and stuff. But I can go along with that recommendation.
Great. Well, we're getting into agenda item number 2 on committees, but
can I first?
Since this came up during public forum, I think the right way to handle this, and Commissioner Rogers is right, consistent with our practice on the Marine Resources Committee, is when an issue like this comes up that's controversial, where there are a number of different opinions, we don't have time to hear the full range of opinions and science at the full commission meeting, so we send it off to one of our committees. In this case, the Wildlife Resources Committee would be the appropriate place to refer it. Do we need a motion to do that, Sonky, or is direction enough?
Yes, it would be fantastic if I had a motion and a vote to send this to the Wildlife Resources Committee.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? We have roll call, Sonky.
Roll call. Mr. Kellogg?
Aye.
Mr. Sutton?
Aye.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
All right. Have a unanimous vote.
Thank you very much. Sonky, the only other suggestion I'd have is the nearshore permit issue that we heard about via email is something that I think the Marine Resources Committee should take up. We've already discussed the general issue of transferability of permits, and this is a related, the issue that was brought up via email is related, so I'm going to suggest that we send that to the MRC.
Yeah, and I think, well, and actually I was going to say, I think that's already an item for discussion at your next MRC meeting. Mr. Craig Schumann has drafted a list of projects that you guys are going to be talking about prioritizing, and I do believe the restricted access policy in a broad sense is already on that list to look at.
That is true. Then our next meeting on March 20th is in part a scoping exercise. We do that annually so that we can make sure that the agenda of the Marine Resources Committee reflects the priorities of our stakeholders in the department and other interested parties. However, what I saw via email on the nearshore permit issue, it was a very specific suggestion that I would like to hear the department's opinion on before we move forward. So we can take it up. We can probably take it up under that agenda item at the next MRC meeting.
Okay, I think you've given us already direction, and we'll work with the department staff on teeing something up to get in the details on that permit transferability.
Very good.
All right, I think with that, we're ready to go to agenda item number 2, committee assignments. This was deferred from the last meeting because we only had 3 commissioners. You already have a de facto assignments on the Marine Resources Committee, Commissioner Rogers and yourself, Mr. President. And so the question is, do we want to name the Wildlife Resource Committee members?
Right. So let me make a couple of suggestions here, and I want to hear the opinions of my fellow commissioners before we decide what to do. We are in the process of creating a Wildlife Resources Committee modeled on the Marine Resources Committee, which has been very successful in dealing with marine issues. We have a couple of options here. First of all, I'm going to recommend that we fold the committee that the commission tasked with looking at the lead ammo and non-lead ammo issue. I'm going to recommend we fold that into the work of the Wildlife Resources Committee. I'm also going to suggest that we have a couple of options in terms of creating the committee. If we create the committee today, which we can do, I'm going to suggest that Commissioner Kellogg and Bayless be assigned to that committee. However, as you know, we're expecting at least one new appointment to the commission in the near future. We don't know when that will happen, but one option would be to wait to create the Wildlife Resources Committee when we have an additional colleague on the commission. So I'm really I'd like to hear what Commissioners Rogers and Kellogg think about that before we take action.
And just
well, this is Commissioner Kellogg, and I agree with you. I think that it won't be long before we have a full commission, and it would be best for us to have a full commission to choose from for the committee members. I think it's appropriate for Commissioner Sutton and Rogers to continue on the Marine Resources Committee, but if we're going to establish a brand new committee, I think we should have a full commission to determine the members from.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Rogers. I agree with Commissioner Kellogg. I think that's wise counsel. Having said that, one of the things that is particularly appropriate is when we staff that committee, it is going to be very, very important for us to have people on that committee who are wise in the way of public process. That is going to be the issue that I think President Sutton rightly assigned to the Wildlife Resources Committee, which is lead use of lead ammunition in the terrestrial. California is an exceptionally sensitive issue to a number of people and one of great import to the ecology of the state. And I think it's going to be very important that we have our most experienced commissioners doing that. So therefore, I do agree with Commissioner Kellogg in saying what he did. At this juncture, I would be comfortable with Commissioner Kellogg and Commissioner Bayless heading that up, but we don't know who. We have an open seat right now, and this commissioner has not been reappointed as of yet. So we don't know what the content of our commission is going to be.
Well, I don't think there's anything in our rules being able to change those committee members around in the middle of the president's term either. So there's several options there, but I just think it's best. I don't think it's going to be long before we have a full contingent of commissioners, and we just wait a little longer.
I agree with that.
And Mr.
Thank you both for your comments. I tend to agree as well. My only reservation about waiting is that as we assign, there are several important issues that need to be addressed by the Wildlife Resources Committee, and we don't know when we're going to have a full commission. The appointments process is at best very difficult to predict. So I'm a little hesitant to wait. We could wait for months to create this committee. However, at least perhaps we ought to wait till Commissioner Bayless is able to rejoin us after his surgery before we make this decision. So I don't want to put it off forever, but I tend to agree with both of you that it would be better to make this decision we have the full commission seated.
Mr. President, we do have.
It would be grand. I agree. If we could get on with business, because there is pressing business on the terrestrial side. But we do need to wait for Commissioner Bayless. So perhaps we can, of course, discuss this at the next commission meeting and hopefully take action, because Commissioner Bayless hopefully will be present.
All right, I like that suggestion. Sonke, why don't we make sure we keep this on the agenda for the April meeting in Santa Rosa, and hopefully Commissioner Bayless by then can join us. By then we may have a fifth commission appointment, and because we do need to move forward with creating a Wildlife Resources Committee as soon as possible.
Yeah, we can do that, Mr. President, and we do have two public speakers on this item. Would you like to take them first before we wrap up?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Paul Weekland and Jennifer Fearing.
Hey, the phone got shut off. I can't hear anything.
It got quiet. Go ahead, Paul.
To those who are not present here today, Paul Weekland. To those that are present here today and the people of the state of California, this Marine Resources Committee is a redundant, repetitive dog and pony show. That's why they do not want to videotape it or record it. If you're talking about public process, public confidence, public trust, why won't you videotape and record the Marine Resources Committee meetings? Oh, well, you know, it's kind of hard to swindle, lie, and cheat when it's all on tape and recorded. So, you know, we want to keep it informal, right? That way it's harder to be charged with a crime of misappropriating funds, destroying evidence. Oh, what do they call that? Purging the files, cleansing the record. Oh, we have an eyesore here. Commissioners, what should we do? Oh, we vote to get rid of it out of the record. And that's what we do because it makes us look so bad. That's why all the past studies mean nothing. That's why we need to change our name from the Fish and Game to Fish and Wildlife, because now, oh, that was all in the past. We get to start fresh again. Oh, boy. So I'd like to request, again, that you videotape and record the Marine Resources Committee meeting to demonstrate its value and worth, which is very little or nothing at all. What you have are repetitive, redundant preparations. It's like the mock-up, the dress rehearsal for a commission meeting. And it's so distasteful, especially the abalone issue. The number one priority for the Marine Resources Committee meeting for the last 22 years has been abalone. And look at the success rate that they have managed to perform. Oh, well, we'll push it off, sweep it under the carpet. We're going to reprioritize. We are not going to answer the persistent, lingering questions about the withering syndrome, the massive disease that it devastated the populations of abalones. We know there are direct links and overwhelming evidence showing that the disease was introduced from aquaculture. But since aquaculture is our friend, we get so much money from investors. Oh yeah, Marine Resource Committee meeting. What do they like to do? They want to sell stock in their aquaculture. Want to buy some shares in an aquaculture pyramid? How about some stock in a mariculture Ponzi consortium? That's where the big money lies right now. Huh? Make Madoff look like small potatoes. Remember, it's not nice to fool with Mother Nature, but that's what your Marine Resource Committee meeting keeps doing. Over and over again, redundant, repetitive dog and pony show. Aren't we supposed to be getting rid of these not needed, useless committees and commissions? Not lately. Governor Brown said he's older now and that he doesn't have to worry about any repercussions further in his career. But what is he doing to the state of California? We sure are moving forward.
Can you wrap up, Paul, please? Thank you.
Honesty's the best policy. Why doesn't the Fish and Game want to be honest and truthful? Oh, because it's an eyesore and makes us look bad. The only thing that really matters is our image. We'll do anything to keep our image looking good. That is.
Thank you, Paul. Next speaker.
Good morning again. Jennifer Fearing with the Humane Society of the United States. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank the commissioners for the discussion that you just had about establishing the committee and appointing members. And while I can appreciate the circumstances that leave us undermanned, and we are chronically underwomaned on the commission, but we are also presently undermanned. I really do think that there are pressing issues. There's legislation that's coming that this committee will be appropriate venue for seeking the commission's input in that. And so I will be at the next meeting to follow up on the suggestion that you made for perhaps an interim establishment so that this committee can begin to do the important work of reviewing wildlife policies in California. Thanks.
Thank you. And commissioners, there's nothing that prevents staff working with the various proponents to start organizing materials and information for that first Wildlife Resources Committee once we get membership appointed. Nothing prevents us from making progress.
If I may, Mr. President, I think that's an excellent suggestion from Sankey. I think it's fairly clear what the agenda items would be and the construction of what the WRC might look like would be, and having the staff move forward as if we had actually started to already go on adding commissioners to that committee would be an excellent idea.
Thank you. I agree.
All right. If there's
hopefully by us moving in a positive direction on this, it'll stop some of the legislation that might be coming up and allow us to do our job.
I agree.
All right. Thank you, commissioners. If you're done, we can move to item number 3.
Yeah, please, Sankey, go ahead.
All right. Agenda item number 3 is discussion of proposed changes to mammal hunting regulations. Your final decision will be considered at the April meeting. Most of the changes are focused on changes in tag quotas. And are there any public speakers?
Yes, we have one. Michael Payne.
Michael Payne. And I will, while we find Michael Payne, Department, is there anything you wanted to discuss or share before we move to public comment?
Hi, Sankey. This is Eric Loft with Wildlife Branch.
Go ahead, Eric.
Might commissioners and everyone, just as a reminder for the mammal regulation process, what this discussion item is about. The department is currently collecting and compiling our late winter spring data, and will bring that information to the commission for adoption at your April meeting, and that relates to bighorn sheep, elk, deer, and pronghorn antelope. And really what's going to happen for deer, elk, and pronghorn antelope only, all we're talking about is changes to quotas, numbers of those animals authorized for take in each of the zones. For bighorn sheep, it's also quota changes and one other minor modification that we've made, and that is to change the non-resident application so that non-resident sheep hunters could apply and receive up to 10% of the sheep tags that are out there. Currently, it is only just a fixed one tag. It could go up to 10%. And that's because of interest from the outside, and also because we have, over the years, increased the number of sheep tags in California. And there is no guarantee that the non-residents will get those tags because they're still in the random draw. And then finally, our staff has asked that we give commissioners a heads up that this fall, and I think it's on your calendar, an overhaul, if you will, to comprehensively take a look at our private lands management, PLM program, and those regulations, and implement some needed changes to that package. And that's all I got for the mammal regs. Thanks, Tom.
All right. Mr. Speaker?
Yes, I'm Mike Payne with the Shasta County Sportsman Association. I was wanting to respond to the rule changes. I'm kind of getting ahead of things here. So, Shasta County Fish and Game, Shasta County Sportsman Association has been long-standing relationship with Fish and Game, but at this time, I just kind of like to ask, what for our money that we've gotten by this name change with Fish and Game Department? I mean, it must have cost millions of dollars just in signs and letterheads and such. Seems a waste, but that's secondary to comment about any proposed changes. Thanks.
Was there a department representative that wanted to respond to the question about the cost of the name change?
Hey, Sankey, this is Eric Loft. It was difficult to hear on our end, at least, the speaker's question. As it relates to the name change, it's my understanding, and Chuck isn't here right now, it's my understanding that the name change is supposed to be done without additional cost, that we continue to use the existing resources that are identified as Department of Fish and Game until they're exhausted, and then transition to the new Department of Fish and Wildlife signs, logos, etc. Thanks.
Eric, is there any, this is Commissioner Rogers, is there any, for the sake of the public's understanding of this, is there any timeline thought of as being an approximate, of course?
Commissioner, this is Commissioner Kellogg. Look, we had a fantastic breakdown in the report given by Director Bonham a couple commission meetings ago. If people wanted to refer back to that, he gave exactly the answers to the questions that everybody's asking right now. And all they got to do is go back in the archive and look at that.
So, yeah, I'll just, Commissioner Rogers, my understanding is that we use up the existing resources until they're exhausted.
All right.
Well, I understand what you said. I was just wondering if there was an estimate.
I don't know. I think it varies depending on what type of issue it is. I can show you in my business cards, for example. I've got a bunch of old.
That's all right, Eric. We didn't mean to be that specific.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thanks.
All right. So it sounds like they're going to replace signs, et cetera, as they wear out. So in theory, it shouldn't cost much extra. So
But these other changes on your agenda, I was hoping to speak after hearing what they are.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as Dr. Eric Loft mentioned, they're still counting and doing analysis, and those numbers will be presented at the April meeting.
Okay,
in
thank
Santa
you.
Rosa. Sure. Thank you very much. Is that the last speaker?
Yes, it is.
Tonky, continue to remind people to speak it, because that last speaker, I don't know about the other people on the phone, but I only got about every other word that he was trying to say.
Yeah, I will flog the public to speak more clearly into the speakers. The gentleman was just hoping to see the preliminary tag quotas, and we pointed out that they're not quite ready yet. They'll be ready at the April meeting. And with that, Mr. President, I think we're ready to move to agenda item 4.
Great. Go ahead, please.
All right. Agenda item number 4 is discussion of proposed changes to the Klamath Trinity sport fishing regulations. This is also something that you will be receiving the final information from the Pacific Fishery Management Council, which will be meeting starting either today or tomorrow, I think. And so you will, at your April meeting, get an update and be making a decision on the Klamath Trinity sport fishing regulations. I'm not sure if there's any updates by the department at this point. Neil?
Yes, Sankey, this is Stafford Lair,
Chief
of Fisheries for the department.
Stafford, this is Scott. Excuse me. When you want me to queue up the presentation?
Yes, please. Can we discuss how we're going to advance slides and things like that? Do you want me just to prompt?
Yeah, just say next slide and I'll be your fingers.
Thank you. Is the slide up?
Yes, we're on the title slide right now.
Okay. The department, go ahead and advance the next slide. The department is viewing a suite of quotas and dates. There will be no proposed changes for the spring run Chinook season. We're recommending the allocation of the fall run Chinook for the Klamath Trinity system. We're going to recommend season dates and bag and possession limits. Next slide, please. So the range that we're proposing for the Klamath River sport fish is 0 to 67,600 adult fall run Chinook. And for the Klamath River, we're proposing dates from August 15th to December 31st, and the Trinity from September 1 through December 31st. Next slide, please. The bag limit will be proposed to be no more than 0 to 4 Chinook salmon greater than 22 inches, and the possession limit range will be between 0 and 12 Chinook salmon. So, next slide, please. The allocation from the Pacific Fisheries Management Council is going to be similar to 2012. The season and bag will be similar to 2012, and we're expecting a decision from the Pacific Fisheries Management Council sometime in April 2013. Just preliminarily, the quota that's being discussed is in the 40 to 50,000 fish range. Any questions from the commissioners?
None from Rogers.
None from Kellogg.
Stafford, I have one, and I know we may hear about this during the public comment, but what is the department's recommendation on the Upper Trinity, opening the Upper Trinity River? As I recall, we've heard a lot of testimony in favor of opening the Upper Trinity, and I know the regs are on. I think they're part of this regulatory package. There doesn't appear to be any opposition or any biological risk to opening the upper river, but I can't remember where the department was on that.
Mr. Mr. President. The department will be making a presentation on that under the Wildlife Inland Fisheries update.
Okay, so that's not part of this package?
No, it is not.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
All right, with that, Mr. President, we could take public comment.
There are no public comments.
Oh, all right. Unless there's anything else, we can move on. All right. Agenda item number 5, ocean salmon sport fishing regulations for consideration and possible action. And we have A, which is discussion and possible adoption of proposed changes to regulations for the April 2013 season. And we have a presentation by Barry Miller with the Marine Region, a first-timer in front of us, so welcome.
Thank you.
And with that, Barry, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you and good morning. My name is...
Can you speak in the mic more directly?
Thank you and good morning. My name is Barry Miller. I'm an environmental scientist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Ocean Salmon Project, and I'm based out of Santa Rosa. Before I begin, I want to briefly bring attention to a difference in the timing of this presentation as it relates to the timing of the Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. Traditionally, when this presentation is made, the council has either already met or is in the middle of their March meeting. However, this year, the scheduling of the Council and Fish and Game Commission meetings did not coincide in such a way. The April 2013 regulations were adopted by the Council in April of 2012. The Council hasn't made any recommendations to change the California sport regulations, nor does the Department expect the Council to do so at their March meeting starting this week. We do expect that the existing federal regulations for April to remain effective through the end of April. Today's meeting, this meeting, is the first part of setting the 2013 ocean salmon seasons. We're only asking the Commission to take action to adopt the April season today. Now, last week at our the Department's annual salmon information meeting, we began taking public comments, and we had over 100 participants turn out. These conversations will continue this week at the Council meeting, and options for the May through November season will be presented to you at your meeting next month.
Can we cue the presentation, please?
So here's a look at the ocean salmon regulatory process. As I mentioned before, in April of 2012, the Pacific Fishery Management Council adopted an April 2013 sport salmon season for federal waters south of Horse Mountain. And again, the Commission's action is needed today to open the sport fishery on April 6, 2013, in order to be consistent with the federal opening date. So this slide may look familiar. It's identical to the one you saw in 2012 because we're working within the same constraints here in 2013. While the Council meets to develop season options this week, there are specific conservation objectives that must be met in order for any option to be accepted. And the 4 that I'd like to discuss today that primarily affect California's ocean salmon fisheries are, 1, the Sacramento River Fall Chinook, which requires an escapement goal of 122,000 to 180,000 natural and hatchery adult spawners. And essentially, this just ensures that enough Sacramento Fall Run fish return each year. Second is for the Klamath River Fall Chinook, which requires an escapement of 40,700 adult spawners in natural areas. Again, this just ensures that enough Klamath River Fall Chinook return each year. Third is the California Coastal Chinook, which is ESA listed as threatened, and it requires that the ocean harvest rate of age 4 Klamath Fall Chinook not exceed 16%. In other words, we limit the amount of age 4 Klamath Fall Chinook that can be caught in any given year. And finally, the Sacramento River Winter Chinook, which is ESA listed as endangered, restricts the opening and closing dates for sport and commercial fisheries south of Point Arena with minimum size limits in effect. Additionally, there's no salmon fishing permitted in the ocean between mid-November through March. And finally, there's a maximum ocean fishery impact rate on age 3 winter run of 12.9%. Now, the 2 stocks that will limit ocean fisheries in 2013 are the California Coastal Chinook, which will limit commercial troll fisheries north of Point Arena, and the Sacramento River Winter Chinook, which will limit a sport fishery south of Point Arena. It's expected that the consultation standard for the winter run will limit the sports season south of Point Arena more so than in 2012. Now, we took input on this very point last week at the department's salmon information meeting, and from those discussions there wasn't a clear consensus on what type of restrictions the sport community would choose in order to achieve those the federal consultation standard. So here we're looking at the total spawning escapement for Sacramento River Fall Chinook over the last 30 years. Escapement means those Sacramento fall fish that escaped being caught in river and ocean fisheries and returned to their natal streams or to hatcheries in the Sacramento River Basin. We determine the escapement by summing the total number of Sacramento fall fish that returned to hatcheries and those that were counted in in-river surveys. The black portion of the bars represent adults in total number of fish that return to spawn, and the white portion of the bars represent the number of jacks that return to spawn. And the number of jacks are important in forecasting ocean abundance. Now, after the impressively large jack returns of 2011, we forecasted a high ocean abundance and anticipated a robust escapement in 2012. And indeed, that's what we saw. We saw a healthy run of sac fall fish return in 2012. The total adult escapement in 2012 was approximately 283,900 fish, and total jack escapement in 2012 was approximately 35,500 fish. Now, the abundance forecast represents the total amount of Sacramento River Fall Chinook in the ocean as of September 1st. It does not represent the number of sac fall fish expected to return this year, because some of those fish will die of natural causes or will be caught in our commercial and recreational ocean fisheries. For 2013, the abundance forecast is approximately 834,200 Sacramento River Fall Chinook. So here we're looking at the total spawning escapement for the Klamath River Fall Chinook over the last 30 years. And as a result of the record high numbers of returning jacks in 2011, we anticipated an exceedingly high adult escapement of Klamath River Fall Chinook in 2012. Escapement means those Klamath fall fish that escape being caught in in-river and ocean fisheries and return to their natal streams to spawn or hatcheries within the Klamath and Trinity River basins. Again, the black portion of the bars represents the adults that return to spawn, and the white portion of the bars represent the jacks that return to spawn. In 2012, total adult escapement of Klamath River Fall Chinook was a record high at approximately 302,100. We forecasted a record high abundance of Klamath River Fall Chinook in 2012, so we expected this. We expected that the 2012 escapement would be very high. Total jack escapement for 2012 was approximately 21,500 Klamath River Fall Chinook. Now, the abundance forecast represents the total amount of Klamath River Fall Chinook in the ocean as of September 1st. It does not represent the number of Klamath fall fish expected to return, again, because some of those fish will die of natural causes or will be caught in our commercial ocean and recreational fisheries. The abundance forecast for 2013 is approximately 727,700. So we're using the abundance forecast information for both the Sacramento River Fall Chinook and the Klamath River Fall Chinook, along with the conservation objectives I described earlier, to design some season structures and management strategies for the 2013 ocean salmon fisheries. So this slide just shows the proposed state regulations for April 2013 in order to conform to existing federal regulations. For the Klamath Management Zone, which is the area from the Oregon-California border south to Horse Mountain, the season will be decided in April as part of the normal season setting process. For all areas from Fort Bragg south, the season opens on April 6th and continues until April 30th. In the Fort Bragg area, which stretches from Horse Mountain south to Point Arena, there is a 2-fish bag limit and a 20-inch size limit. In all areas south of Point Arena, there's a 2-fish bag limit and a 24-inch size limit. And the retention of coho salmon is prohibited in all of California's ocean salmon fisheries.
I got a question. You said that pretty fast. Did you say a 2-fish or 3-fish bag limit?
It is a 2-fish bag limit coastwide.
Still sounds like 2 or 3 to me.
I heard 2, Jim.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a
that's all I need to know.
2-fish bag limit. I apologize. So there's one more slide if we could put it up there. So the next steps, I just want to briefly go over. So as I mentioned earlier, the council meeting in Tacoma actually begins tomorrow, and they will be developing federal season options for the May 2013 through April 2014 season. On the 26th of March, the council will hold a public hearing in Eureka where they will review federal regulatory options in effect on or after May 1, 2013. From April 6 through 11, the council will meet in Portland to adopt final federal regulations. And finally, the Fish and Game Commission meeting on April 17 through 18 in Santa Rosa, where the commission will adopt final state regulations.
All right. Thank you very much. Commissioners, for the first time, you'll be able to lead the council in the right path to setting salmon regulations on April. So there are no public speakers, Mr. President, so I have a suggested motion unless there's other discussion the commissioners would like to have.
Thank you, Sonky. Just one comment on my part, and that is the Klamath situation is really interesting, and it seems to me we continue to see kind of a boom and bust situation there. We're going to revisit the Klamath issue, of course, in September at our joint meeting with the Oregon Commission with a view toward learning more about a comprehensive solution to and restoration of the Klamath River Basin, which should help stabilize the salmon runs in the river. But please go ahead with your motion unless there are any other comments by other commissioners.
Hearing none, suggested motion is a Fish and Game Commission hereby adopts the April 2013 recreational fishing regulations for ocean salmon as presented by the department in the presentation today.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Roll call, please, Sonky.
Roll call, Mr. President.
Aye.
Commissioner Kellogg.
Aye.
Commissioner Rogers.
Aye.
We have a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Oh, who made the motion?
I did. Kellogg.
Mr. Kellogg. All right. Before we go to lobster, your executive director would kindly ask for a 10-minute break.
Sonky, did we finish both 5A and 5B?
Correct.
I think we have.
Yes. Okay. Well, let me ask. I'm getting a confused look. Was there more to present on the ocean?
There isn't necessarily more to present. It's just that I don't necessarily have anything to present.
Per Barry's presentation, he outlined that the council will be deliberating the May through November regulations, which you will be adopting at the April meeting.
That's correct.
Great. So let's take a 10-minute break.
So, yeah, let's have everyone be ready to go at 10 o'clock, which is about 10 minutes. Those on the phone, do not hang up the phone. Leave it open. And we'll see you all back here at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Great.
President, it's 10 o'clock. Let's get the thing going.
Rogers, I certainly agree with that sentiment.
He didn't hear us, Richard.
He's not on the line.
All right, folks, why don't we get organized now?
I just took my coffee cup with me and went during the meeting and put the phone in my ear.
All right.
This conversation is being broadcast. This is
Hold
Craig
on, folks. Attention. I know you've all been excited about everything being said here. There's more riveting discussion coming. Please take your seats. Hello? Hello? Time to sit down, everyone. I know it's very exciting. Let's sit down, everyone. Turn your... Oh, I got a gavel. But I'm not authorized to use it. Yeah. All right, folks, make sure your phones are off. We got plenty of seats, so folks don't need to stand or sit in the aisleways. So please take seats. Again, make sure your phones and other portable devices are on silent. And commissioners, do we have you on the phone?
Kellogg's here.
Rogers here.
And Sutton's here. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate the break. That brings us to agenda item number 6, which is discussion and possible adoption of proposed changes to lobster report card period and fees and other sport fishing report card requirements. This is your adoption meeting, and Craig Schumann has entrusted me to go over real quickly what we're asking you to adopt. And with that, can we bring up the PowerPoint presentation? All right, this is the sport fishing report card requirements and fees you've heard about. Next slide, please. The proposed regulation changes include the lobster report card. It establishes a $20 late fee for non-reporting, and that's to recover costs of pursuing those non-reporters and adjusting data analysis based on that. And we're also changing the card duration to match the lobster season, so the card would be good from October through March. And there are also some general changes to report cards, simplifying language for clarity, clarifying procedures for lost report cards and returns, and also accommodating the new ALDS system so reporting can more clearly be done online. Next slide. The benefits of the proposed regulations, again, are to recover the costs due to non-compliance with existing regulations, be responsive to stakeholder requests. As you are aware, the department is in the process of creating a lobster fishery management plan, and the Lobster Advisory Committee made this their top priority for implementation, is to improve return rates from sport lobster fishermen. The new regs also minimize delay for data transmission. Currently, the season's split amongst 2 cards, so there's a long delay for the second part of the season. And we are expecting a significant improvement in return rates. Next slide. And with that, the lobsters agree that with these regulations. Are there any speakers?
Yes, we have 2 speakers, Ben Wolf and Craig Helms.
Come on up.
I'm Ben Wolf, a recreational diver from Santa Barbara. At last month's commission meeting, I offered an alternative to the proposed changes in lobster reporting, which I subsequently submitted to the commission in writing. Well, I'm back, despite the long drive, the snow, and the gas prices. I'm here because what I proposed is a reasonable alternative not identified or evaluated prior to the notice publication of the proposed changes before you. And my proposal is more effective and less burdensome to affected private persons than the proposed action. I therefore ask the Commission not to adopt the change of lobster report cards from annual to seasonal as proposed. I further ask the Commission to either adopt my alternative proposal or at least insist it be presented to stakeholders for thorough evaluation prior to your reconsideration of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mr. President. Others, Greg Helms for the Ocean Conservancy. I wanted to rise on this issue mainly because of our distance from lobster habitat and lobster fishing. I did want to direct my remarks to lobster. And I didn't see my neighbor over there. I might have asked him for a carpool had I known that was happening. But I'm supportive, and I think you should be too. The stakeholders in the lobster FMP identified this huge gap of lobster card returns and the ability to track recreational fishing. We're growing in our ability to actually use data on fishing effort distribution in assessment and in management. So it's very, very important, and I think really a lot of the folks, at least grudgingly in the industry, in the fishery itself, are supportive of this. These types of incentives or disincentives in terms of penalties are very appropriate to drive that. Fishing activity is increasingly an important part of the data gathering process, and I wouldn't want that to be lost in the conversation. There's actually some stakeholder energy around modernizing and getting into the digital frontier on not just lobster cards but fish tracking in general, and I think that's something to be harnessed and something to pay attention to and to use as a partnership. And finally, we are in this lobster FMP process, and it may be. My sense of it is lobster may be one of the final big organized, big money fisheries with a distinct, clear stakeholder assemblage around it for the traditional, elaborate, expensive and time-consuming FMPs that we've traditionally done. And I don't think necessarily, on the other hand, that the annual rule setting or regulation setting process is a good alternative to it, but these kinds of bits and pieces of turning the headlights on in terms of data, in terms of management, may help to illuminate a middle ground that might be helpful in terms of guiding the fishery management process in the absence of the ability or the suitability, appropriateness of doing the traditional historic FMP. So food for thought in that. So I'm supportive. I hope you'll adopt it.
Thank you very much. And with that, Commissioners, I'd like to point out you received in your binders 2 letters from members of the Lobster Advisory Committee in support of the rulemaking as proposed. And with that, Commissioners, it's yours for discussion.
Thank you, Sankey. Any comments or questions from Mr. Rogers or Kellogg?
None from Rogers. I'll refer to the 2 commissioners on the Marine Resources Committee.
All right, Mr. President, with that, I have a proposed motion.
Thank you. I just have one question about the first public comment. As far as I recall, the Lobster Advisory Committee considered all options in coming up with their proposal. Was this option not considered as part of that process, or maybe the department can comment? I guess Dr. Schuman isn't there to shed any light on this, but I'm surprised that we're hearing a recommendation like this sort of at the 11th hour.
Well, I remember a commentary at a previous meeting by this gentleman.
Yeah, Commissioners, I've been participating at least in some of the LAC meetings, and this issue has been well discussed, options. But the LAC preferred creating one season, and the primary motive for that was if you split it, there's a very long delay for the department to receive the catch from the last half of the season. And everyone wants that data as soon as possible. And having the seasonal report card going continuous, it gets the data to the department much quicker. Sorry, no.
Yeah, Mr. President, if I may, the gentleman made this point at the last meeting. I find it attractive in the sense that it is more continuous to have one season, but I think the data need for the quickness of the data need has a higher priority.
All right. So unless you have any other questions for anyone here, I do have a suggested motion.
Please go ahead, Sankey.
All right. The Fish and Game Commission hereby adopts the proposed changes to sport fishing report cards as recommended by the staff.
So moved. Second.
All right. So Mr.
Moved
Rogers.
and seconded. Roll call, please, Sankey.
Yes. So I just make clear Mr. Rogers moved, Mr. Kellogg seconded. And with that, roll call. President Sutton.
Aye.
Commissioner Kellogg.
Aye.
Commissioner Rogers.
Aye.
All right. We have a unanimous vote on that. Thank you very much. Moving right along, agenda item 7, falconry.
Sankey Eric Loft with the Wildlife Branch. Again, thank you. Commissioners, item 7A, 7B is two parts, the environmental document and then the regulatory package. I'll just start and defer to you folks when you have a question or want to take an action.
All right,
the final environmental document was submitted to the Commission for certification recently. The department received comments and responses from a variety of interested people, from falconers interested in their sport, and then also from organizations opposed to falconry and or concerned about the impacts of falconry on the raptors and prey. The comments and responses comprised about 60 pages. Could I also get the slides up there, Scott? Sorry, I forgot to mention the slides. I've got 3 short slides. I realize the commissioners can't see these, but we'll put them in there. So the final environmental document is out. On the regulatory package, just a reminder, we engaged in this effort about 3 years ago, and it's been a very time-consuming and long effort for us all. And a reminder, I know the commissioners are aware of this, but for everyone's sake, the intent of this regulatory package is to continue the practice of falconry by transitioning the existing regulations from the federal government, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, to state regulations. And part of their text says that a state that wishes to allow falconry must establish laws and regulations that meet the standards established in this section, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So if I could have the next slide, and that's really what we're trying to accomplish with this effort. Commissioners will remember the last meeting, there was quite a bit of discussion on falconry and quite a bit of folks there, quite a number of people who showed up to provide testimony. We have engaged in quite a bit of follow-up since then and issued a 15-day renotice, and that's before you for consideration now. We met in the interim since the last meeting with falconry groups as well as those folks who are opposed to falconry, and the groups varied in terms of the input they provided. Some was very specific input on the regulatory language itself. Some was more general concepts about falconry overall. Working with Commission staff, we narrowly confined our evaluation to the more non-substantial changes that the Commission staff believed could probably be made under a 15-day renotice. So we made those changes with Commission staff, and the Commission staff sent that back out for the 15-day renotice, and that's what the package is that's before you. We also, during that period, were in contact directly with the Fish and Wildlife Service folks, Dr. George Allen in Virginia, who is in charge of the falconry effort for the federal government, to ensure that the changes we were proposing were consistent with their federal requirements. So, the resulting regulatory language that's before you is our final package, except we have recently learned of 2 minor changes that we would also add and recommend that the Commission consider that would allow us to conform to the federal regulations. I'll tell you what those are right now. We have 2 changes in terms of what the possession is for a general falconer as well as a master falconer. And our proposed changes are to allow a general falconer to possess all but fully protected species and a white-tailed eagle or a Steller sea. And for the general falconer, that includes 4 species. That includes the fully protected includes the bald eagle and the golden eagle. And for a master falconer, we propose a minor change that would allow a master falconer to possess all raptors except fully protected species. Commissioners, the reason we're proposing this change is that we only recently learned, and it came to our attention, that the authority for authorizing possession of fully protected species lies with the department rather than the Commission. So that's the reason for this minor change. Other than that, it does conform precisely to the federal regulations. That's what we have before you as our recommendation. So if I could have that next slide, third slide. So overall on this package, Commissioners, the Department is unaware of any scientific information that indicates falconry birds are mistreated, disadvantaged, or harmed or harmful to the environment in these practices. We have, in this regulatory package, added increased reporting requirements and increased data collection efforts to better inform the Department about falconry practices. And this was not met without some concern from the falconers. We also heard quite a bit on the concern for the health and welfare of falconry birds, as well as the same for the prey species. There was an issue of banding of small birds. That's not required by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We had initially put that in there in our package and removed it to conform to the Fish and Wildlife Service. We do have and recommend an assessment of banding options for the smaller raptors in the future and would propose to do that. And I would tell you that the Department took a very conservative and cautious approach for some of the species, in particular the prairie falcon, where we put a cap on it of 14 animals to be taken from the wild annually. And we also removed the ferruginous hawk from falconry take simply because of the anticipated low population numbers of that species. And overall, as it relates to the public input and comments that we have, I think we would recommend in the future, in 2014, for example, that we get folks who are interested in falconry together to see if we can't seek some common ground on the management of this program as well as the species that are involved. So with that, Commissioners, that's the end of our presentation.
Any questions for Dr. Loft from the Commissioners before we take public comment?
Just one from me, Eric. I know there was some commentary from the public in the past about about inspections and the role of Fish and Wildlife officers versus master falconers in inspections. Did you make any changes on that score after those comments?
President Sutton, I apologize. I had somebody talking in my ear. Could you restate the question?
It was just regarding the inspection provisions of the regs and the comments that master falconers ought to be able to work with Fish and Wildlife officers because of their expertise and the fact that wardens may not have the necessary expertise to know what to look for. Did you make any changes to the regs, proposed regs, after that in response to those comments?
Commissioner, no, we did not, and in part we did not because we considered that to be a substantive change that we could not make under a 15-day renotice. I understand Mike Carrion's in the room there with you, and one of the topics that we had discussed and would be a recommendation for next year is that we entertain and discuss this option of how to take advantage of the expertise that those falconers have. I think Mike would tell you that those folks do have that expertise as sometimes lack. So that would be something that I think we would recommend for future consideration. Absolutely.
Mr. President, if I may.
Commissioner Rogers.
I think that's very important, Eric, and I'm glad Mike Carrion feels that way as well. I have dealt for a long time with the accreditation procedures, not necessarily with falconry, but as they are applied across the United States. I have often found that it is actually in those bodies that officially accredit institutions that you have the highest level of expertise, not necessarily higher than a regulatory agency, but the very highest level. I have a great deal of confidence in the accreditation procedures properly vetted by the right accreditation organization, and I think it's very important that we allow their industry to properly self-regulate, and I say properly, all the vetting procedures in place by us. One, it is far more accurate and to the point with respect to what's going on currently within their industry, but also it will save the government significant funds.
Commissioners, Mike Carrion has a few things to say, I think.
Yes, Commissioners, just from a perspective of law enforcement, a couple of things that are important to us is that we would need to be able to maybe have a master falconer assist a warden in doing an inspection because of their knowledge of the entire permit process and what is required. However, we still think that surprise inspections are an important part of being able to ensure compliance, and we also have to be cautious that once you have somebody internally doing an inspection, I think it's important that we hold them to a level of, if they fail to do the inspection properly, that their license may be subject to revocation in order to have some penalty associated with not following through. Otherwise, some of that liability is going to land up back on us. So it's things that we have to work together with in order to make sure that the best inspection is being done. However, we want to make sure that the regulations are being followed properly.
Mr. President, if I may.
Commissioner Rogers, go ahead.
Chief, I completely agree with you in two respects. First, it's very important that surprise is an element here. I understand that. Secondly, though, I think and perhaps it's because the department may or not be all that familiar with working with nationally accredited, nationally recognized accreditation agencies. I am intimately familiar with that. I think you will find that the accreditation procedures are very highly regulated by these organizations and would please you from the respect of the responsibilities that we have as governmental agencies overseeing these activities.
I totally understand that. I think part of my concern is the issue that we've had with 671 process and veterinarians doing inspections and us being subject to criticism of possibly the inspections not being up to par and the department having a responsibility to be involved with it. So I just think that we have to somehow have some checks and balances. But overall, I understand that the master falconers are going to have a higher level of understanding, and I think that we just need to work together in order to ensure compliance.
I agree with your point.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we could call up public speakers, Mr. President.
Yes, please go ahead.
Bill Gaines, George Bristol, Monica Engelbertson, Jennifer Fearing.
Go ahead.
President Sutton, Commission staff, department staff, my name is Bill Gaines. I'm president of the California Outdoor Heritage Alliance. Also here today representing the California Hawking Club. We would like to personally thank the Department of Fish and Game, specifically Director Bonham and Chief Loft, for the hard work they put into pulling together the proposed package that is in front of you today. It is well thought out. It is based on solid science, and we urge the Commission to adopt the proposal as recommended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is George Bristol. I spoke last month and represented the American Falconry Conservancy, of which I'm the Vice President. That's a falconry group. It's national and consists of 80 members. We've reviewed the package. I left last month's meeting with the understanding that we were going to adopt the federal regulations pretty much as is so that we could beat the deadline and get falconry incorporated. Yet my personal review of the existing regulations that I found online increases fees and assessments where I thought we were going to reduce those or examine them much closer, adds language not well written, and excludes, quite by accident I believe, the possession of the Aplomado falcon. This bird is used extensively throughout the United States in bird abatement, part of which chases away unwanted birds from your airports. So when you get on an airplane, you are not going to suck up a seagull or a Canadian goose and end up in the river in New Jersey. We have to be very careful on how we word this language. I see that the statute that allows for falconers to lose their license for any fish and game infraction, no matter how small, means I could transpose a number when reporting a leg band, and lose my falconry license, which is my passport to maintain my bird, which becomes repossessed and generally euthanized. I find that very, very uncomfortable, that thought of putting into regulation something that allows that kind of mandate. I'm sure that I speak for all of the falconers on a national level when I say we are perfectly willing to go forward and help write regulations that are concise and semantically correct. I'll try and pack this up very quickly by relating a story that occurred about 2 weeks ago. I was in Sausalito where they were conducting an outdoor event at which Fish and Wildlife had a display booth. Having an American kestrel, one of the most populous falcons in the country, on my wrist, I noted that the Fish and Game people at that booth were kind of debating what is the bird. I walked over, introduced myself, and had a discussion with them and found out that's exactly what they were doing. They were trying to figure out what is the bird on this fellow's wrist. To any apprentice falconer, that's not only the bird they use. They know its Latin name. They know its everything about it, what it eats, when it eats it. Falconers are indeed not only experts in the field. We assist with the rehabilitation of raptors and the rehabilitation community by reconditioning those birds for release to the wild. So we have to be very careful about the wording. I'd like to suggest another follow-up meeting as soon as possible to go through the regulations as they're written now and help the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Please wrap up.
Thank you. Help the Fish and Wildlife Service write these so that we're really content with the language. Thank you for listening to a storm-ridden fellow who spent 11 and a half hours getting here for a 3-hour drive.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Monica Ingebrigtsen with Born Free USA, and as you recall, we submitted substantial comments signed on by a number of organizations, including the Sacramento Audubon Society and others, raising concerns about the regs as well as the environmental document. I don't see anywhere in the regs where our concerns are reflected in the changes. Our standing concern is that it's impossible to tell native captive raptors from wild-caught raptors, and so one area of particular concern is that the smaller wild-caught raptors will not even be bothered to be tagged. They're not even going to attempt to mark them and distinguish them from captive-bred falcons. And these smaller species, it's noted that they're also the ones that don't take legal game anyway, so they're not necessarily legitimately used for hunting. They're mainly kept as novelties or practice birds or the same reasons that anybody would keep an exotic or wildlife pet under Title 14. There's still a number of ways that birds can be laundered into the trade beyond the legal limit. So if there's 500 falconers, I know there's more, and each are able to collect 2 birds a year. That's 1,000 birds coming out of the wild and entering the trade. They're then mixed with captive bred birds, hybrids, and other exotics that further complicates things. So while falconers and the regs are still only allowed to take 2 birds per year, they've changed the total number of wild-caught birds that can be possessed and lowered the threshold for the level of falconer that can take a bird from the wild. And then they've also increased the time frame during which nestlings can be removed from the wild, so thereby increasing the opportunity to fill an annual quota. So those are some new things. At minimum, I would express the Commission to restore the previous restrictions on the total number of birds that can be possessed and restore the season limit for the take of nestlings. Another suggestion would be to at least provide the ability of law enforcement to monitor the wild capture of birds, should they choose to do so, would be to require falconers to notify the department when and where they plan to capture a bird from the wild. Department wouldn't have to act on this, but it would give them the tools to go out and monitor what's actually happening in the take of birds from the wild. And of course, last but not least, we talked in length about welfare at a meeting that I had, and I know this issue is too big to be dealt with in the regs in order to meet the federal deadline, but we do want to encourage that process should go forward to bring up the standards to modern science on welfare. And it makes sense that falconers should be held to similar standards as other wildlife and exotic animal possessors should. It's noted that these same species kept under Title 14 are considered detrimental to the environment, and that's why they're under Title 14. And those that keep exotics and wildlife as pets have to be inspected every year. There's no stipulation that falconers are inspected on an annual basis, and they should at least be required to be inspected on at least an annual basis, the same way any other keeper of these falcons would be for other purposes. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sonke?
Yes, Mr. Kellogg?
I'd just like to clarify who the speaker that just finished was representing.
Born in the USA, is that correct?
Born Free
Oh,
USA.
born. Could you come up and say it in the record? I'm sorry. I was thinking of a movie.
Yeah, there is a movie called Born Free, which is related, but Born Free USA.
All right, thank you.
I was under the impression that there were more recitations with respect to organizations represented.
The number of the sign-ons that signed on to our letter included Wild Earth Guardians, the Sacramento Audubon Society, the Humane Society of the United States, Project Coyote, and the Avian Welfare Coalition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Commissioners, again, it's Jennifer Fearing with the Humane Society of the United States, and I just wanted
Thank
to...
you, Sonke. This appears to be a work in progress.
Mr. Kellogg, we have one more speaker. Or Mr. Sutton,
Sorry.
we have one more speaker.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me, Mike?
Yes.
Great. This is Jennifer Fearing with the Humane Society of the United States. I just wanted to concur with Monica's remarks, having our organization has, as she mentioned, signed on to those concerns. And I wanted to just specifically highlight today, having seen item 3 on one of the slides that Eric presented relating to standards for health and welfare, and strongly encourage DFW to review and improve those standards, specifically with respect to housing, enrichment, injury prevention, and other issues which can befall the welfare of these animals. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. President, go ahead.
Thank you, Sonke. I just wanted to comment that this appears to be a work in progress, as Eric himself has suggested. It's a regulatory package that both the regulated community and other stakeholders are not entirely satisfied. Nonetheless, my understanding is that we need to act today to allow this activity to continue at all, because we are facing a federal deadline. So unless there are any other comments, I gather we have 2 separate motions.
Mr. President, if I may, I'd like to ask Eric if he had any clarifying comments based on the testimony. For example, one person alluded to fees. Fees are not part of this package. That's going to be in a separate package.
Correct, Sonke. Fees are not part of the package. I would also mention that the last change that we're proposing addresses, I think, the first speaker's concern about the one particular raptor. By us moving to follow the conformance with the federal package in terms of what species the master or general falconer can possess, and I believe he was talking about abatement, it's my understanding that that animal can be possessed under our last proposed change.
So, Mr. President, are there any other questions from the commissioners?
I actually have a statement I'd like to make.
Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that Mr. Crystal, I believe it was George Crystal, and others have commented that it is very, very important for the department to meet with falconry representatives immediately following our passage of this, if in fact we are going to do so. I think the passage of it, from my perspective, is very important because we're risking, because of the federal deadlines, the 2014 falconry season, 1/1/14. So I would recommend that we go forward with this, but I highly recommend that the department get together immediately, as soon as it possibly can, with falconry, because I detect a number of issues in this package that I wish had been more thoroughly vetted with professional falconers, and I would like to see some changes made myself.
All right. With that, Mr. President, I have two separate motions, one for the environmental document, one for the regulatory package. Are you ready?
Please go ahead.
All right. For regarding the environmental document, the Commission certifies that the final environmental document is complete and in compliance with CEQA.
So moved.
Rogers. Moved by Rogers, seconded by Mr. Kellogg.
All in favor, roll call, please, Sankey.
President Sutton.
Aye.
Commissioner Kellogg.
Aye.
Commissioner Sutton. Or Rogers, I mean.
Aye.
All right, thank you. That was a unanimous vote. The second motion is the Commission hereby adopts the proposed falconry regulation changes as presented in the presentation by Dr. Eric Loft today, along with the amended ISOR that amends Section 670 and repealing Section 678, Title 14, California Code of Regulations.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Kellogg seconds. Roll call. Mr. President?
Aye.
Commissioner Kellogg?
Aye.
Commissioner Rogers?
Aye.
We have a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item number 8, Clear Lake Hitch petition. And this is a consideration of the petition department's report and comments received on whether listing Clear Lake Hitch as a threatened species may be warranted, according to Fish and Game Code Section 2074.2. If the Commission does determine listing may be warranted, a one-year status review will commence before the final listing decision is made in approximately 1 year. And we have Mr. Stafford Lair with the department that's going to give us an overview of the department's report.
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners, Executive Director Mastrop. Stafford Lair, Chief of Fisheries for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Scott, can you cue up the slides?
It's up.
Are we up?
Yes, we're on the first slide.
Scott, are we up?
Yes, Stafford, we are on the first slide. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Just a quick recap of what's going on here. In September of 2012, the Commission received a petition to list under California Endangered Species Act the Clear Lake Hitch. The department performed an evaluation of that petition and submitted it to the Commission in February of 2013. So with that, can we cue up the next slide, please?
Stafford, can you state for the record who the petition was from?
Oh, I apologize. The petition was from the Center for Biological Diversity.
Thank you.
So, for the overview of this evaluation, we're going to look at the factors that were considered in the evaluation, the distribution of hitch, and then of the Clear Lake hitch specifically. We're going to examine key factors in the evaluation that the department found had merit, and then historical versus current spawning habitat, and final with the department's recommendation. Next slide, please, Scott. I have to apologize for the commissioners. What I'm showing on the slides right now is a distribution of what's known as, I'm going to use the word common, but it's not part of the common name, the common hitch. The hitch in California are distributed widely throughout the Sacramento, San Joaquin, Salinas, Pajaro, and Russian River drainages. And for the public there in Shasta, there is a little arm that extends up to Clear Lake of the range, and that is the distribution where the Clear Lake hitch are. Next slide, please. And the hitch are part of the minnow family, and they can attain sizes up to 14 inches long. So specifically, we'll be talking today about the subspecies, the Clear Lake hitch, and it is confined to the Clear Lake watershed. This subspecies has been recognized by the department since 1994, and the geographic isolation of the Clear Lake watershed has led to this subspeciation for the Clear Lake hitch off of the common hitch. Next slide, please. Under Title 14, Section 670.1, there are 12 factors that need to be considered in the evaluation of a petition. This slide shows 1 through 6. Next slide, please. And these are the remaining 6 factors that are considered in the evaluation. And we're going to focus on 3 of those factors that we found had enough information. Next slide, please. Those key factors that we're going to be focusing on are population trend, distribution, and abundance. Next slide, please. The factor population trend. There is enough evidence to support that there is a decline from historical population levels. In the late 1800s, the ichthyologist Livingston Stone noted that there were millions of hitch aggregating in the mouths and in the streams, forming an almost solid mass. In the early 1920s, Coleman found that the hitch were the most abundant fish in the Clear Lake watershed, and they ran up all of the creeks, and so abundant that one can hardly step without stepping on several of these fish. We must state that the survey data presented in the petition is actually qualitative, opportunistic information about the size and location of spawning runs in a couple of the tributary streams. It did not support analysis or interpretation about population trends. It does not provide any direct scientific evidence of Clear Lake hitch population levels. But it is reasonable to infer from the loss of historical spawning habitat that the qualitative historical observations by Stone and Coleman, as well as recent qualitative observations performed by some organizations in the Clear Lake watershed, that the population of hitch has declined from historic numbers. Next slide, please. There is a obvious decline in spawning habitat in the Clear Lake watershed. Spawning hitch in biologically significant numbers have been documented regularly in only 2 of the 14 watersheds that are tributary to Clear Lake. There is limited scientific information, but spawning habitat has been lost, thus a population decline. Next slide, please. The slide, Commissioners, that I'm showing right now is the Clear Lake watershed with 14 tributary streams that circumnavigate the Clear Lake margin. And every one of those 14 watersheds had documented hitch spawning historically. Next slide, please. Apologies. Commissioners, the next slide I'm showing is a similar depiction of the Clear Lake watershed. However, we have only a documented spawning runs currently in 2 of the 14 tributaries. Those 2 watersheds are Kelsey Creek and Adobe Creek. There is intermittent spawning in 2 other watersheds, however, it is not consistent. Next slide, please. The next factor that we considered in our analysis was abundance. Let me define what abundance is. Abundance is the number of animals per unit area. The only direct evidence that was presented in the petition was a percent composition number, and percent composition for this that was presented here is the number of hitch relative to the total catch from a beach seine effort. That is not a true definition of abundance or density, but it is the only data that we had, and it is a proxy for abundance. So the information from the early 1960s showed a percent composition of hitch to the rest of the catch and beach seine hauls between 4.4 and 6.8 fish when compared to the rest of the fish in the beach seine. In 1989, that had declined to 0.1 fish hitch when compared to the rest of the species in the beach seine haul. Next slide, please. We need to point out the potential possible effects of forwarding this species to candidacy. We have a specific regulation in Title 14 that allows the targeted fishing for hitch, and that regulation would have to be eliminated if the Commission decides to move forward to candidacy. There will be California Endangered Species Act MOU or take permits for scientific research. There will need to be incidental take permits for anthropogenic impacts, i.e. day-to-day operations that may deal with shoreline habitat modification, weed abatement, barriers to migrations, including stream flows, and then the final factor that is going to come about is that the Fish and Game Commission would need to develop regulations under Fish and Game Code 2084 for general fishing. Next slide, please. So in summary, the Department believes that there is sufficient information for 3 key factors: population trend, distribution, and abundance. And that at this point, the Department's recommendation is that the petition action may be warranted. With that, I conclude. Are there any questions from the Commissioners?
Thank you, Stafford. I just have one. Can you say a little bit more about the potential impact or effect of candidacy status for this species? As I understand it from your report and your presentation, the primary threat to this species is the loss of habitat and also water quality in the spawning streams and so forth as a result of, historical mining and agriculture and so forth. What impact is this likely to have, or what will need to be done as a result of advancing the species to candidacy that might affect the Clear Lake area?
So you are correct, President Sutton, in what we found in the evaluation. So, for instance, any stream bed alteration agreements or actions through development of any diversions on those tributary streams, road building activities, bridge modifications, or anything like that will all have to go through an incidental take permit process with the department. In terms of actually addressing stream flow, as you know, from other situations throughout the state, that can be very difficult to come up with any flow standards or criteria, but it has to be looked at as we move forward.
Commissioner Sutton, this is Director Bonham. I would just also add, as you know, I think one of your late public comment summaries is from the Lake County Farm Bureau, and there's information provided from that entity with regards to potential impact to agriculture in the area, agriculture practices in the area.
Sonky, do we have public comment on this?
Yes, we do. Would you like...
Mr. President, why don't we move forward with that and then have more input from the Commission?
Great. Good suggestion, Sonky.
All right. Thank you, Mary.
Peter Windrum, Mark Hooper, Jeff Miller, and Tom Smith.
President Sutton, Commissioners, members of the staff, my name is Peter Windrum. I'm a resident of Kelseyville, Lake County, California. I'm the chair of the Chi Council for the Clear Lake Hitch. I should also say that, by the way, I rise in support of the recommendation of the staff and the report that you've just heard. For over 60 years, I've lived on Kelsey Creek, a primary tributary to Clear Lake. I've watched hitch spawning every year since early childhood, those being early childhood years being in the 1950s, from ages 5 to 15, and then again in the 70s on after I finished schooling. The hitch in the early years numbered in the tens of thousands in Kelsey Creek. We chased them on horseback, we threw rocks at them, we watched them and everything. There are very few hitch at all in Kelsey Creek, and some years none. The Chi Council was formed in 2004. It's under the auspices of the East Lake and West Lake Resource Conservation District as a coordinated resources management and planning project, or known as a CRIMP. The goals of the Chi Council is to study and protect the watershed ecosystems, study and recognize the lake effect on the hitch population by the introduction of non-native species, and study the fish population during migratory runs. Participants in the Chi Council are county, state, and federal agencies, local tribes, environmental organizations, landowners, and concerned citizens. I'm going to focus quickly on the monitoring activities which relates to population. Monitoring of hitch has been conducted over the past 9 years. We've had largely by volunteers. We've averaged 32 persons, volunteers, conducting observations each year, and observation average of 378 observations of hitch runs in all of the major creeks of the Clear Lake. The observations are made over the bridges, over the creeks, and counting the numbers of hitch seen. What has been noted is a dramatic decline in the numbers of streams in which hitch are found, and reasonably inferring from that there's been a rapid decline in the number of hitch. Going back to 1995, on the department information, looking at 7 major streams, 6 of those had large schools of hitch, meaning 1,000 or more, observed at a single time. Out of those streams, 1 stream had no hitch. By 2004, out of those 7 streams, 4 had large schools of hitch, and 2 had no hitch. As of last year, there was only 1 stream, that being Adobe Creek, that had large schools of hitch. 2 had small schools of hitch, and 4 had no hitch at all. And those 4 are the very, very major tributaries of Clear Lake.
Please summarize.
Yes. So the trend is rapidly declining of population hitch. Very quickly on barriers, 30 miles of historic spawning grounds have been stopped by barriers. And finally, in-lake effects on hitch. Non-native species are a significant factor in need scientific study. Those 2 being silverside's introduced, and the other the Florida strain of bass, both of which have been observed to have effects on hitch population, and both warrant careful scientific study.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners and Mr. Mastrup. My name is Mark Hooper, Lake County Farm Bureau, and Lake County Farm Bureau represents over 550 farms in Lake County, and these farm families, through their board of directors, all of whom are farmers, speak as one through the Lake County Farm Bureau, which I represent as president. Lake County Farm Bureau is the voice of agriculture at the local, regional, and state levels. Respectfully submitted a position paper, which I think I just heard mentioned, to the California Fish and Game Commission dated February 26, 2013. The position paper provides comments on the petition to list Clear Lake hitch as endangered or threatened under the Endangered Species Act, which was prepared by the Center for Biological Diversity. Lake County Farm Bureau supports the use of sound, peer-reviewed science in the development of any and all programs designed to protect our natural resources. Towards that end, we oppose the petition as presented due to a lack of scientific data and inconsistencies in the general data found within the petition. Our observations on this are included in the February 26, 2013 position paper, which you have before you. In addition, we acknowledge the significance of the Department's statement noting the limited quantitative and qualitative information available regarding historical and current population numbers and information on the best scientific approach to enhance the existing population. We have submitted this information in the spirit of providing a more accurate assessment of current conditions, as well as highlighting our support of sound peer-reviewed science. You will find that there are 6 specific areas which address inconsistencies and shortcomings in the petition presented by the Center for Biological Diversity. They are agriculture. Agriculture is presented as a major factor contributing to the reduced hitch population. Implicating agriculture, the petitioner fails to include current scientific evidence that documents significant advances to local agricultural practices that focus on conservation methods and sustainability programs. Such practices have been scientifically developed to minimize impacts on our natural resources and the environment. Water. The petition lacks virtually any scientific evidence and is embellished with conjecture intended to advance the petitioner's cause. Hitch populations. The petitioner's cause of the petitioner's use of unscientific surveys fails to document a significant decrease in hitch populations and spawning activities since 2005. Predation and competition. Introduced species. The petition minimizes the unquestionably primary contributor of decreasing hitch populations, predation and competition from introduced fish species like threadfin shad, Mississippi silverside, and the Florida strain of largemouth bass. Current local efforts, sustainable efforts to improve hitch habitat are currently underway in Lake County, and suggested measures to reduce threats to hitch populations are included in the paper. And with that, I'd like to say thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jeff Miller with the Center for Biological Diversity. We submitted the petition to list the Clear Lake hitch under the California Endangered Species Act. You heard from Department of Fish and Wildlife that they recommend you accept the petition. You've also seen in the petition noted California fisheries expert Peter Moyle is recommending listing the species, says it's clearly a threatened or endangered species. And you'll hear from some of the Clear Lake representatives of the Clear Lake tribes who are going to support accepting the petition. These tribes are experts on the historical status of hitch around the lake and are currently leading scientific efforts to understand hitch biology, habitat needs, and status. All the information in the petition comes from peer-reviewed scientific papers, a lot of it from Department of Fish and Game reports, particularly Fish Species of Special Concern report, from reports by expert Peter Moyle, and from recent extensive observations from the Chi Council. The petition does meet all the maybe warranted standards that are in the Fish and Game codes and in the CISA guidelines. And just wanted to caution the Commission a little. There was a discussion started about speculating on potential economic impacts, and I just want to, I think maybe the Commission's getting ahead of itself. Just remind the Commission that the charge today is whether the petition itself contains sufficient information that listing may be warranted, not a discussion of speculative economic interests. If and when the species is listed and you get to a discussion of incidental take, then that would be a more appropriate time to have that conversation. The Department of Fish and Wildlife concurred with the petition's assessment about the numerous significant unaddressed threats to the species, so I won't go into those. The Department also agreed that there are limited existing local and state regulatory mechanisms or management efforts to sustain fisheries in Clear Lake. That's their words, not mine. And that there's considerable uncertainty regarding any positive effects from those activities that are intended to benefit hitch. Also want to address a few misleading statements in the Department's evaluation, specifically on population trend. There is extensive information, a lot of it from the Department itself in the petition, scientific evidence of historical numbers, historical range, and information on current distribution and abundance. No one can dispute, and the Department does not dispute, that the best available information is in the petition and has not offered any alternative information or better information. Also wanted to point out the management suggestions. The evaluation suggests that many of the recommended management actions are already underway or may be underway, and that's patently false and misleading. There's a lot of things that we're suggesting there that are not underway. For example, assessing fish passage barriers. There's no program to identify or address stream flow loss, water diversions, pumping, or groundwater. There's no lake management program for habitat for hitch. There's no analysis of fishery impacts. There's no program to manage bass or other invasive fish, and there's no program to restore hitch to former spawning streams. Those are just a few of the recommendations. In conclusion, we encourage you to accept the petition and begin a year-long status review so we can get at the best information on this species. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name's Tom Smythe. I'm Water Resources.
Can you speak more into the mic? I know you're a little tall there.
Tom Smythe, Water Resources Engineer for County of Lake. Is that good?
Thank you.
I have a letter from the Board of Supervisors. Unfortunately, the commissioners cannot see it at this point. The board and the county and staff all recognize that there has been a large drop in the population of the hitch, and there is a real issue with the population drop. Unfortunately, there's very limited scientific data on this, especially what the impacts of the changes in the environment, both fisheries, on the streams, water quality have had on the fish. We have implemented many efforts to restore habitat. We've removed 2 barriers in the Middle Creek system. Our current bridge and culvert replacement programs recognize the need for the hitch and build new fish-friendly facilities. We have cooperated with the Department of Fish and Game staff in the past, Fish and Wildlife, excuse me. We've cooperated on projects with the Robinson Rancheria, the Habematol Pomo of Upper Lake tribes on different projects. Our biggest need is for some good science understanding what's going on during the entire life cycle, not just the spawning life cycle. In the Board of Supervisors request, they have requested this decision be deferred for 1 year to address some of the inconsistencies in data, some of which were addressed in the Farm Bureau's letter, and to allow better participation with the stakeholder groups in Lake County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Paula Bolton, Carla Rodriguez, Sarah Ryan, Gina Gomez, and Michael Kopsif.
Good morning, Commissioners and staff. My name is Paula Britton, and I am the Environmental Director for the Habematol Pomo of Upper Lake. And I'm here in support of the petition for a status review. As Tom mentioned earlier, Tom Smythe, we have been coordinating on projects, one along Middle Creek to put in weirs and things. These things are not filled in. So this is like a long-term thing. We have been studying the hitch for some time. We received U.S. Fish and Wildlife grants in 2008 with 2 other tribes to address this issue. In 2009, I was granted a grant to research and the restoration of habitat on one of the creeks. We have a tagging program in place since that time with RFID tags, and this was to determine baseline information about the hitch. We basically tag these fish, we determine the sex, we length measurements, weight, any other conditional things, like most of them, 99% that we've found, have some type of parasite on them. They're missing fins, they're missing eyes, they have scaling patterns that are from scarring, from predation. And from working with them, I can tell you that they're in decline, and they're not in good shape, any of them. We very seldom find a healthy fish. So right now, we're in the process of setting out antennas to record the results of what's coming back on those RFIDs. We also study water quality in conjunction with this, and we do sampling on 27 sites on those 14 tributaries around the lake and have done so since 2009. We are currently in process of doing the analysis portion that will be coming forward into our draft adaptive management plan that the tribes have out now. We're doing an update to that. And I think that you will see that the fish are really stressed. We have habitat assessments that we're currently doing. We're going to start a bioassessment this summer. So you will be getting more information during this period if it goes to status review. You will be getting a lot more, actually. We have 2 fisheries biologists working on it, a PhD, which is our water quality specialist and has worked with the tribe for a number of years. So, what do we know? They're in terrible shape. Predation from all kinds of things. They're a feeder species. The things that work for salmon and other fish don't work for them. I probably had my hands on more hitch than anybody else since the 60s or 70s. I've handled hundreds of them. And we observe them. We are out in the streams. All my field techs are out in the streams now, looking at conditions. We're waiting for the run. And we've walked these streams. And truthfully, there are problems with property owners. We can't get access to certain places to do habitat surveys, to do spawning surveys, or any of those other types of things. So I would really encourage you to support this and get it to the point where we're going to go and undergo a status review. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the Environmental Director at Big Valley Rancheria. The Big Valley Bando Pomo Indians is situated on Clear Lake, and within their ancestral boundaries are the creeks that have the highest hitch runs, which is Adobe Creek and Kelsey Creek. And I would like to make a statement on behalf of the tribe today, and I also have a letter from Scotts Valley Rancheria that they'd like me to read. short letter. And I'm also aware that the California Indian Environmental Alliance submitted a letter via email to Department of Fish and Wildlife, and they are also in support of the petition action today. So, good morning, President Sutton and commissioners and staff. We agree that the Department of Fish and Wildlife's petition action is warranted. The tribe has been collaborating with other Clear Lake region tribes to study the Clear Lake hitch, as Paula Britton from Habematol mentioned just a moment ago. We've been studying them to understand which creeks support the hitch, what water quality conditions they run in, where the barriers are to spawning, and what other conditions are impacting them. Our studies to date have identified that the population of hitch and their distribution of spawning areas are greatly reduced from even a decade ago. Tribal families which used to rely on dried hitch can no longer rely on these fish as a food source. And of course, once resources disappear, that affects a whole lot of other things, including language, practices, heritage type of issues. The Clear Lake region has lost a lot of their native fish population. Water diversions from agriculture also occur on the creeks, and we're aware of not only outdated statement of diversion that seems like nobody's kind of watching that. We're also aware of illegal water diversions on the creeks. So we know that because of the use of the water and the water quantity that's in the creeks, that many of the fry get stranded each year. We have, of course, looked at the hitch and seen how many eggs a female hitch has, and it's numbers in the tens of thousands. The hitch have no way of replenishing their population when the water quantity is so low that they can't get back to the lake. At this point, there seem to be no mechanisms in place to be able to even provide enough water flow in the creeks so that these numbers can be replenished. We also don't believe that the mechanisms are in place to truly protect the hitch. We're aware, as Tom Smythe mentioned, that the county has engaged in many projects over the years and have certain ordinances in place, but my department regularly reviews initial studies from the county when they're granting permits, and quite often, they're requesting categorical exemptions for alterations of stream bed, moving gravel out of the way so cars can pass through it. They've got no mechanisms in place for clearing or to cite anybody who's cleared all the vegetation down to the creek, thereby destroying all of the vegetation cover for the hitch as they spawn. There's a lot of things that need to come to be developed and come into play before the hitch are out of the woods for that one. So in closing, we absolutely support this listing and hope you vote to that this action is warranted. And I'd like to go ahead and read the Scotts Valley letter.
I'm sorry, we don't have enough time.
Okay.
Mr. President Sutton, it's your discretion whether you want to give this speaker additional time to read the letter.
I don't think it's necessary as long as we get it in writing. That's fine. So
Okay.
Just make sure we have the letter. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Carla Rodriguez, and I'm a tribal member from the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. It's a tribe that is located between Kelseyville and Lakeport, and I'm here today to support the petition. And I'm not a scientist, and I don't know all the scientific data that goes into approving this petition, but I am here to tell you that I have a lot of I don't know what to say, experience or a lot of cultural observations. And I have maintained close ties with my tribe. I'm 45 years old, and I've lived there my entire life. And I can remember a time when there used to be enough hitch for the whole tribe. We would gather it as children, and we would distribute it to our elders. And I can remember taking my own son and showing him how we would gather. And now I'm a grandmother, and it kind of makes me a little bit emotional, but he probably will never know that. You know, he probably will never know how we used to gather. And that's sad, because with the loss of this fish, it may not be a pleasant fish to look at or even a pleasant fish to taste, but it was our way of life. And with the loss of this species, it goes a loss of our culture and our heritage. So I wish that a lot of people would consider that when they come up and they make arguments against opposing this petition going forward. I mean, think about the ramifications and how it's going to affect not just my tribe, but all the other tribes that are located around the lake that depended on this fish as a way of survival. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Gina Gomez. I am a tribal member of Big Valley Rancheria, and I also work for the environmental department for Big Valley Rancheria. We've noticed that there's been a big decline in the fish, and it used to be that we used to be able to just scoop them out, and it was just a whole bunch, and now there's very small pools of them, and I'm also worried about, I have young children, and I don't know if I'm going to have the opportunity to pass that tradition on to them, to teach them how to gather and do, just as we've lost other cultural things that we've been able to do. And I ask that you list the hitch on the endangered species list to help save them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Is there a Michael, and I'll spell the last name. Oh.
Michael Kopseff from Mount Shasta, California. I sit on the Board of Supervisors as well. I can't not help but comment on this subject since our county deals with the listing of the coho. It provides what we refer to as salmon hell. And the bottom line is that the Commission needs to take great consideration, take a step back and take a breath, because when you list a species, you do not provide a mechanism for recovery. That's one of the things that we fight here. And I take exception to some of the commissioners referring to the agricultural and mining communities as a cause of the problem. That's a predetermined conclusion. It's not objective. And your department and your commission need to look at the solutions to the problem and the cause of the problem before predetermining what could be the factor. We're finding out here in Siskiyou County that it isn't the agricultural community, that they're part of the solution, that it isn't the mining community, they're part of the solution, but they're being left out as though they're the cause. I find it interesting. The Siskiyou County's identified declining deer populations. And as a child, I grew up with abundance of deer in Siskiyou County. My grandchildren can't hunt deer because there's not enough of them here anymore. And when we as a County Board of Supervisors took this before the department, we had citizens that were biologists that asked to be able to go out and count the number of deer and the populations in the winter areas. Your department declined that as not valid data, that the data had to come from the department before you would consider it. So I would be against the listing of this petition. You do not have enough data. You do not have enough science to provide a definition to even list it. It's an emotional thing, and somewhere along the line, we need to start to begin that the human factor and the livelihoods of those fighting for survival are part of the solution to what everybody wants to point at as the problem. So if you want recovery of the species, don't list it, and you get everybody in the room to figure out what the solution is, and then you'll have recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, that was our final speaker. Mr. President.
All the folks who testified. Any questions as a result of the public testimony or the department's presentation?
Rogers, none.
Kellogg, none.
Any clarifying comments from the department?
The department has no clarifying comments.
All right. Just as background to remind folks, this is the point where the commission needs to make a decision of whether listing may be warranted. It is not the listing point. It would put if you decided that listing may be warranted, it would put it in a one-year status review where additional information could be brought into and considered at a final decision of whether to list or not. And Mr. President, I have two different motions, one supporting may be warranted, the other not. Do you have a preference which you'd like me to read?
Tonki, can you go ahead and read the may be warranted motion?
Sure. The Fish and Game Commission, pursuant to Section 2074.2 of the Fish and Game Code, hereby finds that the petition action to list the Clear Lake hitch as a threatened species may be warranted, and therefore designates the Clear Lake hitch as a candidate for a threatened species status. Furthermore, pursuant to Section 2074.6 of the Fish and Game Code, the department is to promptly commence a status review of the species and report back to the Commission within 1 year from the date of the Commission's published findings with a recommendation as to whether the species should or should not be listed as threatened.
Commissioner Rogers, so moved. If I may make a comment, please.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second the motion then. And Commissioner Rogers, you had a comment?
Yes, excuse me. I'm got a little hoarse throat today. I think everyone needs to understand that the legal bar for the Commission is set very low here. It is may be warranted. And it would be during this 1 year period that the Commission would be acquiring, and the Department would be acquiring the extensive scientific information so that we can determine at the end of that process whether we will list or not. We're not listing. We're going into by this motion, we're going into a period of time where we will find out whether we will or will not do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. I agree with your comments. I also want to say that I'm very mindful of the comments regarding the effect of this action on the species itself. I have been very concerned about folks who view listing as a conservation outcome. I don't view that at all. I think listing is a tool. It's a tool that may or may not accomplish anything for the species involved. And what I'd like to see in each case as we evaluate these petitions is not only whether they're warranted, but whether the listing will give us new tools to actually contribute to the conservation and recovery of the species involved. In some cases they do, in some cases they don't. And I think we need to be mindful of the end game, especially at the stage, as was pointed out earlier, not so much at the candidate stage, but at the listing stage of the process. So I'm always looking for what's the actual conservation outcome, and listing is not a conservation outcome in my view. It's simply a tool that we can use for conservation. So thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Commissioner Kellogg, any comment?
Well, just that Stafford said himself that the definition of abundance is they use with a percent composition number, which is not accurate. In my opinion, we got limited information here. I think we got time to do better research. There's not enough conclusive evidence for us to warrant this at this time, in my opinion. So I am ready for the President to call for a vote.
All right, we have
Mr. President, if I may, further comment. I agree in the essence of what Commissioner Kellogg just said. I view it slightly differently in that I view this time period, because of the low bar that we have, there may be warranted language. I personally don't believe we have any choice given the circumstances, but I would view, in accordance with Mr. Kellogg's concerns, this next time period, this next year that we have to acquire the knowledge that would determine whether we will list or will not. There was a gentleman during the presentation who made a comment that some commissioners apparently, according to him, had prejudged this. I, for one, having an extensive ranching and farming background myself, absolutely do not prejudge any of this information and have made no such comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. In many cases, as you all know, we are faced with historical and somewhat anecdotal information on the status of species. The department acknowledges that in their review of the petition and in coming up with their recommendation. So I'm satisfied that we have enough information to make our judgment today. So let's call the question. We have a motion and a second. Sonke, can we get a roll call?
Yes. President Sutton?
Aye.
Commissioner Kellogg?
No.
Commissioner Rogers?
Aye.
Vote passes 2-1. Thank you very much. With that, Mr. President, I'll move to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Sonke.
All right. The next two items, 9 and 10, are consent items, but we've had a request to pull number 9, the Northern Spotted Owl petition, off consent for public comment. And with that, we'll tee up public comment, Mr. President, if that's all right.
That's fine.
All right.
We have 5 speakers. First person, Dick Emery. Gary Nielsen. Lowell Diller.
Sonke, do we have a presentation by the department before that on this agenda item or not?
No, this is simply your receipt. The procedure, the way it works, you've received the 90-day evaluation. It has to be available to the public for 30 days before you can discuss it. And that's scheduled for your April meeting.
Okay, that's fine.
And President Sutton, Director Bonham's available for any of those 3 speakers if their comments trigger questions for you of the department.
Thanks, Director Bonham.
And with that, we'll ask speakers begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonke. President Sutton, members of the Commission, Director Bonham, Gary Reinierson, I've stepped in front of Dirk Embry, who will be following just so I can tee this up. I am the manager for forest policy and communication for Green Diamond Resource Company, but today I'm before you as the representative of the California Forestry Association, as the chair of the Regulatory Affairs Committee. I provided the staff a letter signed by Dave Bischel, president of the California Forestry Association. We felt it was necessary and important to be able to pull this item off the consent, to be able to address the Commission, and thank you for doing that, Commission. We understand you're going to take no action today other than to receive the report from the department. However, we believe there are some potential impacts that the candidacy status may result because of candidacy status that I think could benefit from some additional input that may occur from between the March meeting and the April meeting, where the Commission may at that time take action which may result in the candidacy. The northern spotted owl is a threatened species under the Federal Act, and it has been under that status since 1990. It's probably the most studied forest-dependent species that exists. The species has been extensively studied since 1990 and continues to be to this day. Under the current forest federal standards, take avoidance is required. Also, under the state forest practice rules, take avoidance is also required. There are measures in the state forest practice rules that provide take avoidance standards and habitat retention requirements. The Fish and Wildlife Service has also developed survey protocols for the detection of the species, and this federal agency also provides the proposed harvest operations take avoidance review and issues technical assistance letters. The candidacy status of the NSO would elevate the species to a no-take status under the state ESA and replace the Department of Fish and Game, or Fish and Wildlife, pardon me, as the trustee agency. What we'd like to do is develop an understanding of if this was to occur, how the current program that's in place, and it's a program that's been in place since after the listing in 1990, how that might change. And given the timing of this, which could be April, it's dead smack in the middle of the NSO survey season, where we go to detect these species, find their nest sites, find their areas, and then avoid them. So there's a series of questions that we'd like to ask that, of course, will be primarily directed at the department that we think will help any transition if this species does become a candidate. First, does DFW plan to commit staff to the NSO timber harvest program for consultation, the consultation process? Will DFW accept the U.S. Fish and Wildlife NSO protocols, including the flexibility for one-year surveys when supported by site-specific data? Will DFW and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, how will DFW and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service interact during the THP process? Will DFW be issuing the equivalent of a technical assistance letter to plan proponents? Will DFW support the current NSO protection and habitat measures provided by the forest practice rules? Are the scientific collection permits that are critical for maintaining ongoing NSO studies still valid? For landowners with NSO habitat conservation plans, some of the same questions. Will DFW support the current NSO protection and habitat measures contained in these HCPs? And there are 3 companies, 3 landowners with HCPs. And will the DFW accept the NSO survey protocols that are unique within these HCPs? One additional question is if the department could provide more detailed discussion of the in-place regulatory mechanisms that are now in place, and how that involvement post-candidacy would affect a different outcome. With that, there's some other forest landowners in here, including our senior biologist from Green Diamond, who studies this animal extensively. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Lowell Diller. I'm the senior biologist at Green Diamond Resource Company. And what I'd like to address today is my primary concern is a potential interruption in our ability to collect scientific data on the northern spotted owl. As Gary mentioned, there's been a lot of research on this owl, lots of sources of data, but probably the most important scientifically are from what are called demographic study areas. And these are areas where spotted owls are captured and banded and then recaptured to estimate survival. And we also estimate fecundity rates, or in other words, their ability to reproduce, produce young. And there are, at one time there were as many as 14 of these across the Northwest. Currently there are 11 of these. And right now 3 of those are in California. There's the Hoopa area, there's what's called the Willow Creek area, that includes mostly Forest Service land, and then Green Diamond has been doing a demographic study since 1990, which is mandated under their HCP. And all these independent study areas are collecting data in their local area, and then every 5 years we get together in what we call a meta-analysis. So everybody brings their data together, analyze it, and the last meta-analysis was in 2008, and it produced what I like to call the Spot Owl Bible. The commission isn't here to see it, but this is entitled Population Demography of Northern Spotted Owls. And what's important about these data is that they're scientifically rigorous data to indicate trends, but it also provides some indication in terms of what factors are influencing the trends of those owls. So it's very important data to spotted owls. And all of us are operating under scientific collecting. We have, of course, federal permits, but we're also operating under scientific collecting permits from the department as well as MOUs. And my big concern is if this owl becomes a candidate in the middle of our owl season, will this potentially interrupt our ability to collect those data? And the next meta-analysis is going to be following this year, the 2013 field season. And in my opinion, probably the single most important meta-analysis that ever occurred is the one that's going to follow this field season, because we're reaching some pretty critical points in some of the owl populations, and so have grave concern that this might be potentially interrupted. So I'm not familiar with these kind of settings. I'm a field biologist, and no offense to anyone, but I try to avoid these things at all costs. But a couple of suggestions, I don't know if they're feasible or not, but certainly I would like to see the commission, department consider that the existing MOUs and scientific collecting permits would continue to be valid if the species is accepted as a candidate. If that's not possible, maybe another solution would be to actually delay the candidacy until following the owl season, so that we don't have an interruption of the data that's likely to be very critical in ultimately deciding this decision. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dirk Emery, followed by Ed Murphy, and then Rich Klug.
All right. Hello, President Sutton, Sunkey, and the rest of the commissioners and staff. My name's Dirk Embry. I'm the wildlife biologist with Michigan California Timber Company, located up here in Wairika. Michigan California Timber Company is a subsidiary of Timber Products, which in conjunction with mills, trucking, other parts of the forest industry represents about 1,000 jobs. Since 1995, Michigan California Timber Company, or formerly Timber Products, has successfully managed for spotted owls under the Spotted Owl Management Plan. The Spotted Owl Management Plan is a programmatic agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which allows us to manage for spotted owls on a landscape basis at a programmatic level, and which gives us a little bit different approach versus going through on a timber harvest plan by timber harvest plan basis. Our concern is if the species is listed as a candidate, that what's going to happen with our spotted owl management plan, which we manage for directly with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, President Sutton and commissioners. My name is Ed Murphy. I'm the inventory manager at Sierra Pacific Industries. Just as a little bit of background, in 1989, I flew in a helicopter giving an industry tour to the Interagency Scientific Committee that eventually led to the listing of the owl federally. That the Spotted Owl Management Plan that was just mentioned, I wrote when that land was owned and managed by Sierra Pacific Industries prior to it being traded to Timber Products. I'm personally offended by some of the statements in the evaluation provided by the department in this particular petition. This petition is utterly and speciously ridiculous. It does not in any way identify any of the existing conditions. I just want to give you two examples. First of all, on page 10 in this petition evaluation, there's a discussion of the fact that the environmentalists who wrote this petition claim that we have destroyed 7,000 acres of spotted owl habitat in 27 timber harvest plans. There isn't a single mention in that discussion, except for the math might be wrong, about the fact that the Fish and Wildlife Service personally investigated every one of those timber harvest plans and approved them with a no-take decision. The environmental community also goes on to say that they intend to sue us under the Federal Endangered Species Act. Well, that suit letter arrived 2.5 years ago as a 60-day notice of intent to sue. So if they really intended it, let's do it, because this is nothing but a attempt to smear the industry and the management of the northern spotted owl. Let me give you one other example out of this evaluation. The evaluation directly quotes a 2011 study from I think he's a doctor, Dominic DeSala, who lives in Oregon. It lists 5 different things that it says are wrong with the in-place current regulatory mechanism. All 5 are false and do not apply at all in California. You can read them individually, and you can look at the current laws that exist and the current process that exists. So my question for the Commission is, why did the department not give you an evaluation? What they gave you is a regurgitation. I know you were going to tell us that you have a low bar. Well, you know what? There's at least some level of bar still there. And that outright acceptance of false information and inaccurate information is a completely inappropriate way to start. And in addition, given the difference between the federal definition of take and the state definition of take, how does this listing with the in-place regulatory mechanism that already exists in any way, shape, or form affect a different outcome for the northern spotted owl? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Was that the last speaker?
One more, Richard, and I won't butcher your last name. Klug, thank you.
President Sutton, members of the Commission, my name is Richard Klug. I'm a wildlife biologist with Roseburg Resource Company. We don't have an HCP, we don't have a spotted owl plan, but we still survey for spotted owls. It's uncertain, talking to members of the department, whether we would or would not need to get scientific collecting permits to do our protocol surveys. As Lowell mentioned, this couldn't come at a worse time in the calendar year and the owl's chronology of its breeding season. We start surveys March 15th. They go till August 31st. If we were to be required to get scientific collecting permits to do our pre-project surveys, it could basically shut us down for 2 years. The last time I renewed my scientific collecting permit for fish, right now we're not required to have one for owls, for surveys. It took, the last 2 times, it took between 12 and 15 months to get that renewal. So if we were to flood the system with a whole bunch of new permit requests, like I said, it could be disastrous for those of us doing surveys. The protocol requires 2 years of surveys continuously, so if we skip a year, we have to start all over at basically year 0 and get 2 years from there. So we've got a system in place. If the Commission does decide for candidacy, I'd like to suggest that the Department work with folks that are working on the ground to make sure that the transition is seamless. We can continue to do our surveys uninterrupted and continue the research that's forwarding the knowledge on this species. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then to the other people on the telephone or not, but when the speakers are speaking, somebody's typing on the computer. It's probably you. And every time they type on the computer, the microphone goes blank, and we're skipping a lot of their talks.
Oh, I will.
Happening to you, Mike and Richard?
Yes, it is.
Oh, if that's me, I apologize. I'll stop typing.
All right. Thank you.
This is a reminder that this is receipt, so we really shouldn't be having a discussion, but I do think it'd be appropriate if the department has any comments based on...
Well, isn't it appropriate for the commissioners to discuss this with respect to the, giving the department potential direction?
Yes, I was just going to say...
For just, if it would be useful, Commissioner Rogers, a chance to offer some preliminary remarks, but then remain silent, subject to y'all's further questions.
Director Bonham, I think that would be useful. I had a couple questions for you anyway, but...
Yeah, so do I.
Okay, so I think the first thing I should say is the question Mr. Renierson poses fundamentally requires me to talk in a hypothetical sense because you have taken no action, and today is not an action moment, whether you would move this species to candidacy. And therefore, unlike the third speaker, who seemed to focus on the actual evaluation, I intend to only respond to the things Mr. Renierson raised. Okay, so I also think Mr. Renierson and the California Forestry Association's questions have merit because their industry is trying to anticipate future circumstances and plan accordingly. And we know because of our recent experience with the white shark petition, how when you may move a species to candidacy, the kind of corresponding regulatory actions. So with that said, I don't think the relationship between the department and at least the Forestry Association is one about us seeking to smear the industry. In fact, I would characterize it as one that's collaborative, even though we may disagree on issues from time to time. Mr. Renierson asked me whether there are existing mechanisms to manage the hypothetical of Al becoming a candidate, and the answer to that is yes. There are at least 3 basic ones within our code. The first is what we call 2080.1, which is consistency determination, which means that the companies who have federal protection could ask us to determine whether that federal protection would be consistent with our needs under the California law. A second option would be what we call 2081B, and that is the incidental take permit pathway, where any company could ask us to review and then issue an incidental take permit for their activities under the California Act. And then a third option would be 2084, which is actually your authority to promulgate regulations authorizing take. Now, between those, there are pro and cons. 2084 may take quite some time, and I understand we would be talking hopefully about a year period of candidacy. 2081B could take time relative to consistency determination, but we found historically there can be challenges with consistency determinations in that there are some differences between the state act and the federal act. Primarily, the state act requires, quote, full mitigation and financial assurances for the activities to protect the species, unlike the federal act. So that's, I think, the core 3 mechanisms. Mr. Renierson also asks, will we have staff available? This, for me, is aspirational when I say we better darn well, because I also anticipate an increasing workload. I think the association and its major members know our staff for timber harvest now is pretty deflated, down around 8 positions, and we're currently working with the association to try to improve our staffing ability, knowing we're facing this kind of increase in workload. We need their help on that. I can't comment whether we will universally accept any Fish and Wildlife Service federal protocols, but I do believe those are the things we should be talking about between us, our federal counterparts, and the affected businesses. I also know that many of the companies currently have federal habitat conservation plans, which we thank them for that commitment. There, it would be useful for them to begin to identify the key federal provisions and then illustrate those to us so we could understand whether it might be relatively easy to do consistency determinations, or we might recommend instead pursuing an incidental take permit. And then lastly, scientific collection permits. As everyone knows, if it's bona fide science, then a scientific collection permit can follow. I believe in my personal judgment, the science that's underway right now is mission critical for species conservation. These companies are, in effect, largely our field agents for doing these survey protocols, and we know that if you move this species to candidacy, we'll need to be able to act promptly on dealing with what we call 2081A permits, which are those scientific collection permits. And it would be not productive if it took us 12 months to do so when we know the science is being collected right now and the coverage would need to occur immediately, which relates back to my comment about needing the association's help in growing our staffing capacity. So that's my overview, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Bonham. That's very helpful and certainly addressed questions that I had. Other members of the Commission?
I have a comment, if I may.
Commissioner Rogers.
I would like to remind everyone in the room and the department that back in the 90s, I spent 6 years on the Board of Forestry and was chairman of the Forest Practice Commission, or committee rather, for for 4 years, I was intimately involved in the creation of and the management of the processes by which the spotted owl is currently being managed extensively. Mr. Reinierson and Dave Bischel and I have worked together extensively back in the 90s. Mr. Reinierson raises significant questions that I think Director Bonham has answered very much to my satisfaction. I am very interested in this. I'm glad we took it off of consent to discuss it, because I have a great deal of experience with respect to the efficacy of these management programs and how they're being applied. I am highly skeptical. The bar for these for our approval of these listing requests may be low, but it isn't in this one with me. I am highly skeptical of the motivations of this listing petition, and I'm very interested to see where we go with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Commissioner Kellogg, any comment?
Well, I disagree with everything that Richard said. Not disagree, I agree with everything Richard said. So, yeah, I'm glad we took it off the consent calendar and can work on it and make it right before we're done.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellogg. I note that the department's review of the petition suggests that it contains a recommendation that we advance this species to candidate status, which we'll have an opportunity to discuss further next month. Sonke, I gather that that action is teed up for the April meeting.
Correct. And so all we need to do, unless there's more clarifying questions, is to move these two consent items, if you're so ready.
That's fine. Do you want to make that motion? Sonke, read that motion.
The Fish and Game Commission hereby adopts the consent calendar items 9 and 10.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. A roll call, please.
President Sutton?
Aye.
Commissioner Kellogg?
Aye.
Commissioner Rogers?
Aye.
Thank you. You've unanimously moved the consent calendar. Pardon? Mr. Kellogg made the second. With that, Commissioners, I think it'd be appropriate to break for lunch, and given the fact that the weather conditions are still adverse here, I'd like to break for an hour, be back by 1, and there is no executive session today. And if with
what do we do about the telephone connection? Do we call back in or not?
What do we do about the... Hold on. Folks, can you keep it down just a little bit longer? I need to make sure we close this right. What's the status on the phone? Leaving them hooked up?
Hey, the question was whether we should call back in or we don't need to stay on the line for an hour while everybody's at lunch, right? We can call back into the conference line.
Yeah, that'll work.
And just in case there's a problem with that, Sonke,
all right.
You completed all the action items that we need to complete.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I need everyone to be quiet because I can't hear the commissioner. I need folks to quiet, please.
Sonke, my question is, if we're going to disconnect for an hour for lunch and something happens we can't get back on, have we completed the necessary action items that we need to take care of as a full quorum before we get in a situation where for some reason one of us can't get back on?
Good question, Mr. Kellogg. I'm looking at the rest of the agenda. There is nothing critical that can't be delayed. Most of it's informational. There's the one action item that is significant would be the code of conduct, but you could, if we lose one of you, we could defer that to April.
Okay, well, we're all going to try, but
right.
You never know with the weather up there and the phone connections and stuff. I just wanted to make sure. So
I appreciate that.
Good question, Jim. Also, Sonke, I would ask you to text me on my cell phone the call-in number again.
Sure.
And the code.
Will do.
Because I ended up deleting that email.
Okay, I will do. And the meeting then, I understand, Mr. President, adjourned until 1 o'clock?
Yes, yes, Sankey, that's fine. 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a new appointment.
Commissioner Kellogg back.
Rogers is on.
And Sutton is on. We have a full complement, almost.
Excellent, Mr. President. If you would so start the meeting, we'll get going again.
Let's reconvene.
All right.
I see that our staff is decreasing in age. Involved in child labor there, Sankey?
No, you adopted new regulations that allow us to hire child labor.
You see.
Yeah, she's been very productive.
I'm going to use every bit of self-control that I have. Obvious comment.
With that brings us to agenda item number 11, Commission staff reports. What you have in your binder is several items of next meetings in particular. We have been working on implementing the AB 2609 Huesos bill that amended 102, 101, 107, 108, and 106, requiring the adoption of code of conduct, which we'll talk about later in another agenda item, and business rules. And then there also is a list for you of potential April agenda items. We did, commissioners, get a request two requests that I would like your input on. One was a request to agendize by a group from Tomales Bay, a request to ban waterfowl hunting in Tomales Bay. They had requested to agendize that. I wanted to ask you about that. And then the other one was a request by Mr. Maynard, who is a permit holder for exotic animals, but is also I believe, the president or lead of the ZAA. If you remember, there was he made a request about a year and a half ago, but there was some ongoing litigation. We asked that he wait until that litigation was settled. It's been settled. And so the issue is he wants to discuss at the May meeting a request to add ZAA along with AZA in terms of organizations that are essentially self-policing and exempt from our restricted species rules. So those are the two agenda items I'd like some direction on.
Sankey, would you repeat? Mr. President, may I?
Commissioner Rogers.
Sankey, would you please repeat the first one about ending waterfowl hunting? Who brought this up?
There was we received several phone calls now from a group who would like the commission to consider banning waterfowl hunting in Tomales Bay. And I basically told her that I would need to consult with the commissioners, decide if you want to hear that. And I think Scott Barrow has some other background information.
What is this group?
Yeah, it's difficult, Sankey, to know how to respond to a request to agendize an item if we haven't seen the request. And, without any knowledge of who's the requester and what the basis would be for the petition.
And what standing they have.
Yes, Commissioners, this is Scott Barrow. They're going to be coming to you next meeting with a presentation, or excuse me, we want to come with you during public forum or maybe new business and give you a quick brief overview of what their proposal is. They really want to come to you back, and they're asking for commission agenda time later in the year, but I told them that they really need to kind of come to you in April in Santa Rosa and take a little time to educate you guys on what they're interested in doing and who they are and what they're asking for.
Sankey, and with the concurrence of my fellow commissioners, it sounds like this is something that could be discussed in public forum, and we could decide at that point in April, and we could decide at that point whether we think it's worth agendizing.
Okay, that's
I agree. I do too. I wouldn't. I mean, there's no imprimatur here. I don't see. I wouldn't want to agendize or give any extra time to anybody we didn't vet.
All right.
Well, and ordinarily, as you all know, we would take up something like this in the ordinary course of waterfowl hunting regulations, or in another regulatory package. So that's sort of my presumption, is that something like this would come up. The department would handle it in the normal course of regulatory work, and we would take it up that way, unless there's a good reason not to do that. And if there's some emergency basis for this, then we'll consider it separately.
No, and you have given me the direction I was seeking, and I can report back to them on that. The other item that I would like to draw attention is, as you approved on consent, your number 10, the black-backed woodpecker, you have received an independent status review from a third party. The department hasn't turned in their status report yet on black-backed woodpecker, so that will be coming at a future date. So the question we have, it's an unprecedented situation. We have an independent and we will have a department status report of the black-backed woodpecker petition. So the question I have for you is, under the procedures, we have to receive and make the report available for 30 days before you can take action. Because the independent report was received at this meeting, in theory you could hear their status report at the April meeting, and my presumption is the department would turn in their status report at the receive it at the April meeting, so you could discuss it at May, or you could choose to hear both of them at the same meeting in May. So my question is, do you want to hear them separately or together?
So I have a proposed preference, but I want to see if my fellow commissioners concur. I think it might make sense to hear them both simultaneously in May, rather than deal with them separately. We're at a stage, I believe in this, remind me, Sonky, I believe we're at the listing stage. We've already advanced this case to candidacy.
Correct.
And so we need to evaluate these reviews. It seems to me it would be more efficient to evaluate them together, but that's just my opinion.
If I may, Mr. President.
Commissioner Rogers.
Wouldn't it also be important for the department to have the ability to have vetted their report and read through it and have commentary?
Yes, I agree.
So, Commissioner Rogers, this is Director Bonham. Thank you for that comment. We're the entity charged in statute to provide the report to you.
Precisely.
In my personal opinion, this is a submission of information from a constituent, which is well within their rights, but doesn't equate to dueling reports.
Well,
thank you, Director Bonham. I agree, and so far what I've heard supports the idea of doing this together in May.
Well, I agree, with the exception that the dueling report comment from Director Bonham rings true with me. I personally don't give a secondary report the same status.
Well said, but just as a quick reminder, the Commission has regulations on its books that specifically allow an independent status report to be submitted.
Understand that.
Right. For full discussion. So this is a legitimate product under a legitimate process.
Well, I did not suggest in any way that it was not legitimate.
So I hear you want to do them simultaneously. It would probably be at the May meeting then, which is good. It frees up some time in April.
I think that's fine, Sonky, unless anybody objects.
I don't object.
Okay.
I don't object.
All right. The other thing I'd like to point out under Commission staff reports is we are now including in your briefing materials the meeting summaries from the previous meeting. It dawned on your staff the other day that you were not receiving the summaries from previous, and we thought that would be helpful for you to refresh your memories on what business you did the previous meeting. So I just wanted to highlight that in your binders now.
I think that's very helpful, Sonky, personally. Simply
a great addition.
My memory, at least, is not good enough to remember the details of all of our discussions on these various agenda items, and I think it's very useful to have that as part of the documents for our meetings.
I agree.
All right.
I have a way better memory than Mike, but I do too.
Well, being the youngest of the commission, I suppose I should have a better memory than the rest of them. But I don't claim that.
No, but being the oldest, I have the wisdom. And I have the wisdom to suggest that it would be great if the speakerphone were placed near the speaker so that we don't get this tremendous echo that we're right now getting.
All right.
I agree.
I'm not hearing it.
Is there a way for someone to pick up the speakerphone and put it next to the speaker through which Sankey, not his microphone, but the speaker? That way we'll get the various public commentary as well instead of this echo chamber. Or is that outside of the technical capability?
We're doing some highly technical maneuvers right now to see if that fixes it. All right. Hopefully the echo's gone away. The other item in this one, as you recall, you gave us direction and we had some ideas to solicit public input on your meeting rules that you're required to consider under the Hueso bill. And in your packet is some suggestions received to date, some allowing longer speaker time, recording meetings, various recommendations. At least at this point, since we need to go to a rulemaking soon, staff recommends that the current meeting rules that we're using informally serve as the basis of proposed regulations with any further commission direction, and that the committee rules under development in the MRC should also be included in that rulemaking. As you have received, Craig Schumann has developed some business practice rules for the MRC that we think would be also good for your general meeting. And unless we hear otherwise, we'll proceed and present you a eyesore at the April meeting based on those recommendations.
Thank you, Sankey. I think it's important to proceed with this line of work expeditiously, and not only because it's mandated by statute, but also because it's an opportunity for us to articulate the best practices that we will conduct our work by.
And this is for the public at large. If anyone still has some ideas, now's the time to get them to us. Staff, thank you very much. Are there any speakers on this item? There are. Mr. President, if you would like, we can take public comment.
That's fine, Sankey. Go ahead, please.
Tom Raftikin, April Wakeman, and George Osborne.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, Tom Raftikin from the Sport Fishing Conservancy. And after driving all the way up here, I had to get up and say something.
That's enough, Tom.
Thank you, Jim. You know, about 15 years ago, California passed the Marine Life Management Act. It was a groundbreaking act, and essentially it gave you, the Commission, the authority and delegation to manage recreational and commercial fishing and regulate recreational and commercial fishing, except when the legislature intervenes. And accordingly, you come out and you pass regulations, and every 3 years you review sport fishing. You take an overall look at the regulations. You just finished that. You did a good job on it. You've got the Marine Resource Committee, which helps out on that, and it's really moving the needle forward. While you have specific changes in commercial regulations as they come up, you don't take any comprehensive look at commercial fishing like you do sport fishing. We have far more complex regulations for commercial fishing, and yet you take it on as a piecemeal basis. It's about time that you put on the agenda a comprehensive triennial review of your commercial fishing regulations. I think when we look at things like whether it's seasons, whether it's take, whether it's how well those fees cover the cost of management. These are questions that really need to be looked at on a comprehensive basis. Commercial fishing converts about somewhere between 90 and 95% of the commercial of all take of marine resources. When you start looking at wet fish populations and the hundreds of thousands of tons that come in, it's a tremendous take of resources, and yet we give it much less focus when we look at how we regulate these. And I would ask the Commission to put on the agenda a triennial look, comprehensive look at commercial fishing regulations. Thank you.
Tom, thank you for that comment. As you probably have seen, our next Marine Resources Committee meeting on March 20th in Sacramento is going to be in part a scoping exercise for our agenda for the committee. This is exactly the kind of feedback that we were looking for that purpose. So I would propose that we discuss your suggestion further in that context.
Thank you, Mike. I think it's great for the MRC, but this is, I mean, it's something that should come in front of the entire Commission also. And, you know, as the MRC scopes out, you know, the preview of the regulations for the sport fishing, it certainly serves as a great purpose for doing the same thing for commercial. Thanks.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, commissioners, staff. I'm April Wakeman, representing the Sport Fishing Conservancy, and my comments may or may not be exactly on target, but it gave me an opportunity to raise them. The first is we have submitted a letter suggesting that while I think every citizen deserves a review of any administrative decision, the endless appeals, we suggest that after the first appeal or review of a decision, that the appellant pay for all of the costs of both the commission and the department. If the decision is later reversed in the appellant's case, then the state surely should pick up that. But the state pays too much time and money. So I suggest that's a way to reimburse the state for its time. And the second item is that the commission has a confusing policy regarding legislation. It needs to be referred from committees, which isn't always timely. And I think the commission has struggled with what legislation to comment on. I suggest that rather than submitting support or opposition letters to specific legislation, the commission instead submit letters to bill's authors regarding the subject matter and the commission's position on such an item, so as the bill changes, the commission's position is still there. And to use a case in point, the current AB 1213, which would outlaw the trapping of bearcats. Now, I'm not going to where that needs to be changed or not, but it would appear that that is clearly within the commission's authority right now to regulate take. And I would think that perhaps the commission would like to go to the bill's author and say, thank you very much, that's a nice idea, it's within our authority. We think any change in take with regards to bobcats should be done based on the best available science, and we would like the opportunity to do that so that the commission retains its authority as opposed to a variety of laws making changes which clearly fall within the commission authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Executive Director and Commissioners. Mr. Director, although I can't see you, I know that you're there somewhere. I wanted to comment on item 11.
This is George, right?
Yeah, George Osborne, sorry. Representing the California Association of Recreational Fishing and Northwest Marine Technologies. I wanted to comment, please, and ask a question having to do with the preview of future agenda items. It's my understanding and recollection that the Commission is going to have a panel discussion on the hatchery review report of the anadromous fishery hatcheries in April. I've heard from various sources that panel discussion is, yes, it's a go, and maybe not. Maybe there's a glitch, and I'd just like some clarification on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Commissioners, we'll be talking about the April meeting under future meetings. Item 18 will address the review panel of the hatchery reform document at that agenda item. Is that the last speaker? All right, Commissioners, we're done with public speakers. Any direction or other advice for your staff?
Thank you, Sonky. Thank you, everybody, for commenting. Sonky, I think your proposed way forward on this, the development of this agenda item is the right way, and I would encourage you to keep working on this. The Marine Resource Committee co-chairs have reviewed the MRC proposed rules of procedure, if you will, and we've commented on those already, so I think it would be a good idea to incorporate that into this package, which of course leaves the question of what to do about the Wildlife Resources Committee. We might think about simply broadening the MRC document to all of our committees, but I'd want the other commissioners to review it to see if that's appropriate.
Yeah, Mr. President, we will draft the eyesore with that as the primary option, and so that at the April meeting you guys can discuss it in full detail and look at the particular applicability of any specific regulation in terms of business practice to any setting you have.
Great, thank you.
So with that, I think we're ready to move to agenda item 12, Department Informational Reports. And is Chuck, the director, have a report?
Yes. I think I would cover three things quickly. The first is just an update for the commissioners and those in the audience or watching online to inform you where the legislative process is at the current moment. Of course, it's in session. We had a bill introduction deadline of February 22nd. I think about 800 bills were introduced on that day. The total bills introduced is about 2,400. We see some core subject areas emerge that may end up relating to the department or the commission. Those include California Endangered Species Act, the Delta and a Water Bond, California Environmental Quality Act, timber harvest planning, salt and sea, commercial fishing, trapping, bobcats, mountain lions, and our oil spill unit. There's also a large number of what we call spot bills. Placeholder would be another good word for that, across a variety of subjects. And it'll be another 30 days or so before we would have a good sense of how those may evolve or not. There are some deadlines coming up related to House of Origin. Most of that occurs in May, and budget committees are starting to meet, like I think even tomorrow I have something. So that's the first topic. The second topic is just to acknowledge what a great place you're in right now. I have spent a lot of time up there in my professional and personal career, Siskiyou and Shasta counties. I wish that was there personally today because I think I would know many people in the room. And as director, I've visited the area multiple times, and out of the 58 counties in California, it may be the county where we as a department and me personally have been working the hardest to rebuild trust and repair any relationships across not only like county supervisor relationships and rural landowner relationships, but also tribal relationships and commercial and recreational angling or hunting relationships. So we see a variety of issues in the region you're in come to the department, from recreational fishing on the Klamath River to potential dam removal to cultural tribal relations as the consultation policy with tribes, to really exploring ideas around collaborative conservation with the ranching and agricultural communities in valleys like Shasta Valley, to the work we're doing with county supervisors around the One Wolf, local communities around our wolf management plan. There's a large elk herd in Shasta Valley that raises issues we commit to working with the local community on. And there's great fishing and hunting in the area. So I just want to acknowledge this particular part of the state and those who are working to keep it in the great shape it should be for our children. And then the last update for commissioners is to kind of close a loop. You may recall, I think it was LA or San Diego, end of last year, in front of you in public comment, we began to see some of the first dialogue about predator management, and specifically at the time, an unfortunate event in Half Moon Bay where on our law enforcement side, after long hours in the middle of the biggest storm of the year, our wardens ended up putting down 2 sub-adult mountain lions. And, after the necropsy, we realized those animals were much smaller than we had thought in the field in difficult observation conditions. So I made a public commitment that we would take a look at our mountain lion policy. We have. You may have read about some of the press last week on that. Let me summarize it for you. So we went and pulled our policy. This is what we offer to our staff as guidelines when they're in the field. It was at least 5 years old. It's dated 2007. About 5 years is a good increment for any business or government to take a look at their policies and see if we can improve. We also know that we're seeing an increase in the incidences between wildlife and particularly our urban populations and the corresponding demand on our staff time. Those factors plus the Half Moon Bay incident plus a few depredation events at the end of last year caused us to look hard at the policy. I thank Chief Carrion, Branch Chief Loft, Deputy Director Paragary, and many others. Here's the core take-home. Split the mountain lion policy in two. The first part is depredation. I don't think there are many changes there, except the most important is at the end of last year we had a couple of depredation permits be issued by the department where the field folks took multiple animals on one permit. And what we're asking now is 1 permit per animal. We understand the need for depredation permits. We understand the concern about damage to property. And we're retaining our ability in code to issue oral permits. It's just an animal per permit. We think that's a smarter approach. The bigger changes are over in public safety. Now, to be clear, our highest responsibility when we have wildlife in a population scenario is public safety. Historically, we've had a black and white line between the animal is either presenting actual risk or not. And what we found is there's actually an area between those two polar extremes where the animal could be no risk, could potentially be a risk, or is an actual immediate risk. And as a result of much conversation, we've created a new category which is potential conflict. And when the animal in the scenario are in the potential, in other words, it's not yet an immediate risk, our premium will be placed on non-lethal tactics like beanbag guns, dart guns, hazing, dogs, to move the animal out of the environment back into its natural wildlife corridor. And so long as it stays as a potential, not imminent risk, we'll continue to monitor, be on scene, and practice non-lethal tactics. Our field agents will always have the delegated authority to make the judgment in the field that the situation is transferred into public safety, in which case, putting the animal down, while not our preferred choice, is an option we have to retain. So the other additional features would be we're creating an internal response team, not unlike what we do in oil spill prevention, where when we get an incident notified, we alert a command structure. The command structure in Sacramento has skill sets which then advise the field agents based on the senior staff's experience over decades doing this work. So we're going to create that structure. We don't believe we have the clear authority to rehabilitate or relocate mountain lions, but if we were ever to get that authority through statute, we'd be willing to look at rehabilitation and relocation as a pilot project to see if it might work as an option. And then we're going to increase our training of our warden force and our relevant staff to understand the new policy. And that's in a nutshell what we produced in draft form last week. So that's my update, Sunky, unless there are any questions from commissioners.
No, I just was concerned you were still okay. It sounded like a lion jumped your mic. Any
Thank
questions?
you, Director Bonham,
Thank you,
for that summary.
All right. Unless there's other questions or statements, we can go on to 12B, Wildlife and Fisheries Division, Ecosystem Conservation Division update.
Good afternoon, Sutton and commissioners. Stafford Lair speaking for Dan Perigary, Deputy Director of the Wildlife Inland Fisheries Division. A couple of topics that we're going to touch upon. One will be a quick briefing on an issue that has arisen regarding salmon fishing. And then a second topic will be Karen Kovacs, the Environmental Program Manager for Wildlife from the region, the Redding office, to discuss an update on the wolf. So I'd like to give the commissioners just a heads up. On Monday this week, it was brought to the department's attention that during the last regulation cycle, the sport fish regulation cycle, that we had a issue with how the salmon fishing regs for rivers and streams has created some consternation. So we went through the cycle and it provided for additional sport fishing opportunities for steelhead in 5 of the 7 sport fish districts, and it also added additional protection for salmon in certain watersheds by stating that all waters are closed to salmon fishing unless otherwise noted. And the otherwise noted in the regulation was defined as a 0 in the daily bag possession limit. And as a result, that allowed for the catch and release targeting salmon in multiple watersheds. When we went through it, the 0 was, the otherwise noted was removed from the regulation. So the end result is that catch and release fishing, specifically targeting salmon, is now prohibited. This was an inadvertent error, and I will just chalk it up to the multiple layers of complexity within the sport fishing regulations, particularly the 7.50 subsection B. And we just need to state that their opportunities to fish remain for other sport fish in those rivers. You just can't exclusively target salmon now. So we're proposing to come back to the Commission under the regulation cycle this year with a pragmatic approach to identify where catch and release fishing for salmon is warranted. And it's probably been 30 plus years since this has been looked at. So we just have to be upfront that this was discovered earlier this week, and we felt we needed to bring it to your attention. So with that, I will kick it to Karen Kovacs, who I understand is up in Shasta.
Thank you. My name is Karen Kovacs. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for the Northern Region with the department. I'm just going to give you a very quick update on where department activities are relative to the gray wolf in California. So I'll also provide just a quick summary. Knowing the controversy that follows gray wolves if they have recovered and reoccupied former range principally in the West, the department wanted to be proactive and initiate outreach to provide factual information about gray wolves and their presence in California if and when that happened. So we began collecting information from other Western states who've already gone through this process. We learned a lot from that, and we collected a lot of information, sought information in California records about the prevalence of gray wolves in California historically. Then lo and behold, on December 28th, December 28th of 2011, OR7 entered California from Oregon. Shortly thereafter, because the department had done some background work, the department put up the gray wolf link on our website, which posted information that we had gathered about OR7 and other information such as our wolf report, frequently asked questions, those kinds of things. We knew there would be tremendous interest, and that certainly has proven to be the case. About this time last year, we contacted and provided northern counties of Del Norte, Siskiyou, Lassen, Modoc, Shasta, and Tehama updates to the respective boards of supervisors regarding gray wolves. We also met with a number of county agricultural interests after those meetings. We convened a wolf stakeholder group meeting and invited those representatives from the three main interest groups that we had heard from. Those include the agricultural interests, hunting organizations, and the conservation environmental interests. That took place in April of 2012. The conclusion of that meeting was that these groups really wanted the department to be proactive and to prepare a wolf plan, and that they used, this was overwhelmingly, they asked us to use the best available science to guide us in the development of that plan. The summary report from that stakeholder meeting, we posted on our website if you have an interest to take a look at that. What we also did, and Chuck had mentioned this earlier about the importance, is we also initiated contact with the Northern California tribes. We did this jointly with the department and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We wanted to know the cultural history of wolves. We wanted to know the significance of wolves and what part they played in our Native American tribes. Also, the department applied for and secured federal funding through Section 6 of the Federal Endangered Species Act. We received a grant to assist us in the preparation of a wolf plan. We have since identified the department's wolf team to champion this effort, and yours truly is the lead on that team. We convened our second stakeholder group, which has since grown with new participants, and that meeting was held early last month, where we provided review of what had transpired in the previous year and what the department has accomplished since that time. During this meeting, we also initiated discussion of what the wolf plan could look like, keeping in mind that the most recent gray wolf plans, these are wolf management plans, have been developed by the states of Oregon and Washington. The Washington is the most recent plan, but just to give you a sense of time frame in this planning effort, again, using the same strategy the department is, using stakeholder groups, Oregon's plan took 2 years and Washington's took 4. The stakeholder group consensus at this second meeting was that we collectively take our time necessary to prepare a good plan. Recently, the department has completed a 1-year update with the Northern County Boards of Supervisors, and those are, again, Shasta, Modoc, Siskiyou, Tehama, and then I've got Lassen scheduled for next week. The third stakeholder meeting is scheduled for later this month, so we are trying to actively move forward in the development of the plan. And then, in addition, we are sending a second inquiry to tribes to solicit their input on wolves. Just to give you a little understanding of how big our stakeholder group is, we now have 23 groups that are represented in the development of this plan. So we look forward to meeting with them, and I will certainly entertain any questions, and we'll also be available to provide periodic updates to the Commission if you should like.
Thank you, Karen. Any question, Commissioners? Hearing none. We'll move to 12C, Law Enforcement Division.
Thank you, Saki. Commissioners, I'm going to have the Law Enforcement Division reported by Captain Rick Banco, who is the manager for the northern part of the state, including Siskiyou County.
Hello, I'm Rick Banco, patrol captain for northern part of the Northern Enforcement District. Just a brief overview. Our current activity is focused around the steelhead runs on the Mad, Smith, Klamath, and Trinity Rivers. We have wardens detailed from Modoc and Siskiyou County working all those areas. We also have a late season Aleutian Canada goose hunt underway. We've made several overlimit cases, trespass cases, and the take of Western Canada geese during these hunts. We're also conducting winter range deer patrols. A couple current cases that we have just been involved in. We had a hunter take 3 bucks during the 2012 season. He took 2 deer on PLMs, one in southern Humboldt and one in Modoc County, and then 1 buck during the regular deer season B1. Wardens served search warrants in Humboldt County and ended up seizing the bucks at a taxidermist in Tehama County. We also had an elk case that began during the B1 deer season where 3 deer hunters reported seeing an elk poached and watched the suspect leave on a ATV. When the wardens responded to the scene, it didn't seem right, and they suspected that the reporting party had actually taken the elk. After collecting physical evidence and getting forensic examinations done both on firearms and DNA, and serving 3 search warrants, they did find out that in fact one of the reporting parties had shot the elk. On pending cases, we served 6 search warrants in Humboldt County based totally on aerial surveillance done regarding environmental crimes, streambed alterations, pollution, and charges included illegal stream alterations, sediment pollution, and we're looking at criminal and civil prosecutions on those, and they're all related to illegal land conversions and marijuana growing. It's kind of the first time we've done it. We were doing natural resource damage assessments and looking for restitution in these cases. And then we had a real significant disposition. We had a suspect. We served a warrant at his house last year. Seized 3 deer, a mountain lion, and we also, as soon as that case, we finished that warrant, we had information that he had taken a coastal Chinook out of the Mad River. Charges were filed. We came to a plea agreement where he pled guilty to possession of mountain lion parts and taking a coastal Chinook. We agreed to drop the deer charges because he had numerous prior deer violations, and he had elk poaching violations, bear poaching violations, spotlighting convictions, illegal guiding convictions, and sport and commercial fishing violation convictions. We have a pending request into the Department of Legal Staff for a lifetime revocation on this gentleman for all hunting and sport fishing. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any other law enforcement comments? All right. With that, Commissioners, is there a item 12D marine update? And this is separate from the abalone one. Is there a marine update? Not hearing one. We'll move to 12E, abalone regulations for catch reduction. We have Ian Taniguchi from the Marine Region. that'll give us an update on where we are on that process. Ian?
Thank you, Executive Director. Good afternoon. My name is Ian Taniguchi. I'm a staff environmental scientist with the Marine Region and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Sure. My purpose today is to give you an update on the regulatory change process that will be coming to you in April for the North Coast abalone fishery. If you recall, last time I was in front of the Commission was at your November meeting with my colleague, Dr. Laura Rogers-Bennett, where we gave you a detailed presentation about refresher course on abalone management under the Abalone Recovery and Management Plan, as well as give you the current status of stocks in the fishery, and that we have hit several targets within the ARMP, which prescribe regulatory changes, which at that time we said we would come to you this year with a regulatory package, and we're scheduled for that again for notice in April. Since that time, from the November meeting, we've had a chance to draft an ISOR with potential regulatory changes. And we also have conducted some constituent input, I guess you could say pre-scoping meetings, and also had an online survey to gather initial input on prospective regulatory alternatives. And purpose today of my update is to just give you the results of our constituent input. So briefly, this is the 4 items I will talk about. I'll just give you a real brief status of the fishery, just as a review. I'll go over the fishery reduction alternatives that we currently have listed in the draft ISOR. I'll mention all the constituent groups in the survey that we conducted, and then also, most importantly, give you the results of the input on the alternatives for regulatory changes. So as far as the status of the fishery, this is a graph you have seen from last November. This is the overall density from our 8 index sites, and if you recall, the way we manage this fishery is by density surveys at 8 index sites in the heart of the abalone fishery, which is Sonoma and Mendocino County. And what you see on this graph with density on the y-axis, number of abalone per meter square, are the 2 complete sampling cycles of the 8 index sites. First bar on your left is 2003 to 2007, and then the most current one is the bar on your right. And if you see that red line, that is the ARMP trigger that we have hit in the most recent sampling cycle, or fallen below it, I should say, and that's set at 0.5 abalone per square meter. And you can see that there has been, between the 2 cycles, we have seen a 35% decline in density at our index sites. And if we break this down a little bit more detail, this graph, you've also seen it at the our last presentation. This is the breakdown by the actual index sites going from south to north. Fort Ross, which is the southern site, is on the left hand of the graph, and Todd's Point is the northern index site. And the first 4 are the ones in Sonoma County. And you can see also the other trigger that we have reached, particularly for Fort Ross, is the dotted red line, which is the 0.25 abalone per square meter density. If a particular site falls below that trigger, then we will recommend site closure of that site, and we'll be recommending that for Fort Ross. Also, if you look at this, you can sort of tease out where the decline between the 2 sampling cycles is coming from. If you look at the Sonoma County sites, the light gray bars, you can see that's the drastic decline in the Sonoma County site since the earlier time period. And that's what's really driving the drop in density from our overall average density. This is probably attributed to the 2011 harmful algal bloom and invertebrate die-off we had in Sonoma County, which triggered an emergency closure action by this commission. The most recent information we got was last year in 2012, we were able to get cover all 4 Sonoma County sites, and what you see as far as densities are from last year. So that's a year following the HAB event. So our current status, again, we have hit 2 trigger points. First one is that the overall density at our 8 index sites has fallen below the 0.5 trigger level, which prescribes a 25% reduction in fishery. And that is what we will be recommending in the upcoming notice in ISOR, as well as the recommendation of closing Fort Ross as a site closure. So here are the alternatives we are currently considering in the ISOR, draft ISOR. There are 6 of them. Roughly the first 4 are directed to address the 25% reduction in the fishery. Alternative 5, of course, is the Fort Ross closure. And alternative 6 was just added based on the constituent input that we got most recently, and that is sort of tied to alternative 4. I can go into this just a little bit more detail, but we'll definitely have a more detailed discussion of this at the April meeting. Alternative 1 is the early morning closure. Basically, right now the regulations state that fishing day starts a half hour before sunrise. What we would like to do under this one would be to move that up to 8 a.m. start of the fishing day. That will basically protect any fishing effort that may occur at the very low tides series during the early spring tide series. That's generally when we have the most fishing effort, is in the first part of the abalone season. Alternative 2, of course, is reducing the daily bag limit. The current bag limit right now is 3. We would recommend reducing it to 2 for this alternative. Alternative 3 is seasonal closures. And under this alternative, we will be providing several options or multiple options for how you might want to potentially close off months of the season if you want to go that route. Alternative 4 is the annual limit reduction. Currently, the annual limit's at 24. We will be providing options for reducing the annual limit to 18 and as far down as to 9 abalone per year. Also, with that alternative, we will also have sub-options, what we call area options, to be able to split the annual limit into where you can take abalone in a prescribed area. And this is mainly directed to further protect or conserve the populations and the stock of abalone in Sonoma County. And alternative 6, which I said earlier was just added because of constituent input, is an addendum to alternative 4, basically. It's to require a purchase of a second card to get the second half of or second portion of your annual limit by area. And for our constituent input, we mainly directed input on the first 4 alternatives and what potential preferences might be for those alternatives. And so here's a list of the constituent groups that we met with. There's a wide variety. We met with local citizen watch groups such as Mendocino Abalone Watch, Sonoma County Abalone Network. We also involved local business owners around the Fort Bragg area in Mendocino County. We also talked to freedivers and rock pickers, and as well as conservation organizations. As far as the citizen watch groups, this is the sort of general summary of the major input that they gave on the alternatives. One is they had some support for annual limit reduction to help compensate for any effort shift due to Fort Ross closure. And I should preface this in that saying that of all of our constituents seem to support or at least understand the need for closing Fort Ross. So they're pretty much all on board for that. There are various concerns about what the effort shift might be for closing Fort Ross. There was some support for daily bag limit reduction, And also there was an interesting suggestion that we require training rock pickers on the proper fishing practice to reduce intertidal abalone mortality. Basically what they're seeing in the intertidal at very low tides is that rock pickers go out there and they may pick multiple amount of abalone to get their legal size abalone in their limit, which exposes those abalone that have been picked to potential mortality. And finally, they also support a greater enforcement and also greater fines for poaching. You'll see that as I go through the rest of the results of our constituent input. This is a common thread through all of our constituents. For our freediving groups, there was some support for early morning closure. And there was a limited support for slight reduction in the annual limit, and specifically has more to, if we were going to go that route, to a limit of 18. There was more support for limiting the take in Sonoma County. Everyone recognizes that Sonoma is in much more dire straits than Mendocino County, and are trying to wrestle with the idea of how we can further protect Sonoma County under this regulatory process. They also considered or suggested that we consider opening up access to closed areas, such as those that were made under the MLPA process. They specifically suggested maybe considering rotating closures at some date. And again, they also supported greater enforcement and greater fines for poaching. For our conservation groups, they had majority support for reduction in the annual limit to 12. They felt that that was the most efficient way if you're going to trying to get a goal of 25% reduction in the fishery. That's really the best way and most assured way that you would probably get that reduction. There was also support for limiting the take in Sonoma County, such as with the diving groups. There was less support for season closure. Mainly this was because of concerns regarding the potential shift in fishing effort to other months. They also support our density data, our strategy for using for management. They realize that this is a proper way to manage the fishery using density, and they also voice support for enforcement concerns and also trying to reduce poaching. We also asked for input from our law enforcement staff, and this is what they came up with. They do support the early morning closure, but they took it a little bit further, and this is mainly requiring no invertebrate take before 8 a.m. This would help them enforce the early morning closures for abalone. It would make it easier if no one was supposed to be out there at low tide taking other invertebrates. There was also support for closing November, and this was mainly to avoid conflicts with other enforcement duties. At that time of year, November, the abalone fishery is slowing down, and there are other enforcement duties that tend to open up in the fall, such as hunting openers. So this would help them to redirect their focus to those other efforts. They also recommended that we completely get rid of duplicate cards. With the start of ALDS, most of the duplicate card problem was addressed. We currently still have a loophole where we do allow people to get a duplicate card if they can prove that they lost their current card. And what the law enforcement has told us is that they have been seeing a pattern of certain people requesting a duplicate card every year. So they wanted to suggest that we get rid of that. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we also had a web survey where people could go onto our webpage and download a survey and fill it out on the 4 alternatives. And what we asked people to do was to rank in preference order the alternatives. And what you can see, alternative 1, the early morning closure, had the highest preference, 52%. Second highest was alternative 4 with the annual limit, and that was by 21%. And the least favorite was reducing the daily bag limit. For the annual limit, there was most support for an annual limit to 18, which was 67% of the people who were surveyed preferred that. And the least support was for 9 abalone per year. For the seasonal closure, most of the people supported either closing in April or a combination of April and November, and that was at 75%. And the remaining 25% supported an October-November closure. We also had an opportunity to get input from the Director's Recreational Abalone Advisory Committee, and this is the recommendations that they came up with. They, one, support the Fort Ross closure, and also recommend reducing the annual limit to 12. They also would like to see 2 abalone cards, similar, and this is basically the stemming for alternative 6. Basically, the first 6, you can 6 abalone tags on your annual limit you can get anywhere in the fishery area. And the second 6, you can only get in Mendocino County or north. So it provides further protection for Sonoma County and south. They also supported a seasonal closure of April. Mainly, this is due to safety concerns. April tends to be a really rough month as weather, and we tend to have a lot more accidents and diving accidents and fatalities due to the rough ocean conditions. They also are recommending an increase in the card fee to $30, and this would go to further support enforcement as well as management. These recommendations are sort of tentative. The RAC does have another meeting scheduled for this Saturday, their annual spring meeting, and they will at that time have another opportunity to provide further input to maybe potentially tweak these recommendations. So that pretty much covers my update. If there's any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you very much, Ian. I just have a couple of questions. First is to Sankey. Because I'm looking at these presentations online, I don't know if others are experiencing this. It might be just my eyes, but the resolution is so poor that it's actually difficult to see some of the graphics that Ian presented. I don't know if it's possible to bump up the resolution on the online webcast, but if it is, I would suggest that we do that. Secondly, for Ian, I imagine, Ian, that you are, in addition to evaluating each of these alternative management options independently, you are considering what combination of these options might get us to where we want to be in terms of reducing the TAC, the total allowable catch, by 25%. And I'll be really interested to hear, once you've completed your outreach and your evaluation, what combination of management measures you are going to recommend.
Yes, we have considered sort of the mix and match plan as far as these alternatives. In fact, some of the constituent meetings that we held, some of the meeting participants were sort of delving into how you might mix and match some of the alternatives to get your 25% and what would be more amenable to them. So we plan to craft the final ISOR to be able to give you, the Commission, the options to be able to mix and match if that's the way you want to go.
Mr. President, in terms of resolution, our tech folks are saying that there's not much we can do at this point from this location to improve resolution, which will then cause me to always tell speakers, keep your slides as simple as possible so they can endure poor resolution situations. And And Mr. President, in terms of the graphics, we did get the department to post a lot of the most recent data, including those data charts. They are on the department's website under the abalone page, so you can go reference those charts and see them in great resolution on their website.
Great. Okay.
Any other questions?
Can you remind me when we are scheduled to take this up in terms of the regulatory package?
At your April meeting in Santa Rosa, the department will be requesting permission to go to notice with their eyesore, and that starts the formal process.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. President, if I may.
Commissioner Rogers?
I'd like at that meeting, right now it's a little bit difficult for me because I can't see the slides. I'd like at that meeting for Ian et al. To be prepared to discuss what the closure of Fort Ross means. In other words, what are the conditions that need to be present, and I think that the public is not necessarily aware of this. What are the conditions that need to be present for Fort Ross to be reopened according to the ARMP as it currently exists and as we currently measure it? And what is, therefore, given those conditions, what is the department's prognosis, given no harmful algal blooms going forward, which is not necessarily a good assumption, but let's assume that. How long, under normal conditions, would it take for the abalone populations to reach those levels required in the ARMP, as currently described, to reopen Fort Ross?
All right, we'll make sure we're ready for that discussion.
I think it's important for the public to understand how the ARMP works, because once a site is closed, that is a very significant event as envisioned by the ARMP, and significant recovery has to occur. So I think we need to get that out.
Yes, Commissioner Rogers, in addition, as Ian himself has more than once testified before you, we're in this stage where we should be going towards developing the long-term management plan, since we're operating on an interim plan. And I think this issue is directly connected to what's going on the North Coast. So I'm kind of hoping at our April meeting we can talk about, one, what do we do under the existing rules and procedures to deal with the current situation, but given where that's pointing, how do we move to long-term management and really develop an adaptive plan that takes into the latest that we've learned about abalone and the fishery itself and its behavior, and hopefully have ultimately a revised management plan that can more coherently deal with some of these new situations we're dealing with.
Sonky, I completely agree. I think you and I are exactly on the same page there. It's also going to be a particularly lively discussion since we'll be in Santa Rosa.
Correct. And so Craig Schumann and I will be working with department staff to make sure we're ready to give you a complete picture as possible and ideas on how to go forward.
Yeah, what I'm afraid of, and as I've indicated previously many times, what I'm afraid of is that the ARMP as currently constituted is heavy-handed and ponderous and does not use the most recent technology.
All right. Any other comments?
I got a request to you, Salky. A lot of times when the department or even public present a slide presentation, they'll pass out a printed copy to the commissioners. And I'm wondering if maybe you or staff could get a copy of slide presentation that he just showed and mail it to each one of us in a printed form so we can be better prepared for the April meeting.
I will provide a copy of the presentation. We'll also probably have a presentation at the April notice meeting as well, which we'll get into the briefing binder as well.
That's an excellent recommendation, Commissioner Kellogg. We'll make sure you have those materials before the meeting so you can do your homework.
Thank you.
All right. Hearing no other questions, we'll move to F. And just so the public understands, we'll take public comment when we're done with all the items. Item F is the status, or an update on the status of Upper Trinity River trout populations. If you remember, Commissioners, back in April of 2010, Cal Trout had requested the department look at a winter fishery for the Upper Trinity River, and I understand we have a presenter to give us the final report on that effort. And with that?
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Sutton, Fish and Game Commission. My name is Michael Dagey. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Northern Region. And here to present a review of the here to present a review of the regulation change proposal for the Upper Trinity River. A quick overview on the presentation. It will summarize the department's review of a regulation change proposal for possible winter fishing opportunities, where we also conducted a study of the system. And one of the objectives, or the objective for that study, was to monitor the angling opportunities during the proposed winter season. A little background on the proposal itself. In 2010, we received a regulation change proposal from Cal Trout pertaining to the Upper Trinity River. Currently, the Upper Trinity River is under the North Coast District General Regulations, open from the last Saturday in April through November 15th, 5 fish per day, 10 in possession. The proposal recommends to open the winter fishery from November 16th through Friday preceding the last Saturday in April. It'll be a zero take and artificial barbless lures only. One of the key components to opening this winter fishery would be to target the fluvial fish run, or fish that we have moving from, rainbow trout moving from Trinity Lake up into the Upper Trinity River to spawn. In the winter of 2010-11, the department conducted a study of the fishery. Although environmental conditions, mainly during late winter into the spring period, prevented us from getting out, mainly for safety for some of our divers. Unfortunately, that was the key time we'd expect to see the fluvial fish run. So in the fall of 2011, the department asked the commission to extend the study one more season to hopefully fill in this missing data gap. And it was granted from the commission to extend the study. In 2012, we completed our study on the Upper Trinity River. Location of the proposed section is originates at the mouth of Trinity Lake, extends approximately 13.8 miles upstream to the confluence of Blue Tangle Creek. Of this section, approximately 71% of it is open to the public. And there's public access off State Highway 3, which parallels the entire section under the proposal. In addition, we received local support. The Trinity County Fish and Game Commission was on board, local fly shop, and just the public we encountered while conducting the sampling out there gave us positive feedback. To study this section of the Upper Trinity River, we used direct observation or snorkel surveys, as seen in the slide. This is where we have a number of divers in the water, count fish as they move downstream in predetermined sections. Also conducted angling surveys where we had experienced anglers go out and fish these predetermined sections and record their catch over a time fished. And we also looked at a flow fishability analysis where we developed a threshold value of 800 CFS, or cubic feet per second of river flow, and made this determination. Anything above that would be unfishable, sort of unsafe to wade in, and below that value we determined to be possible to fish. Of the results from our study, direct observation produced 29 trout per mile. This was averaged over the 2010-11, 11-12 winter seasons. Typically, with a lot of Northern California streams, we have direct observation or trout per mile or fish densities in the range of hundreds, if not thousands, of fish per mile. One example is the bottom bullet I have down here with the Upper Sacramento River, which is open for winter fishery, with just over 3,000 trout per mile. Angling results produced 0.11 CPUE, or this is fish catch per hour. And this is also averaged over the 2010-11, 11-12 winter seasons. Typically, we like to see CPUE values around 1, although it really depends on the type of fishery. Some trophy fisheries will be acceptable under 1, and some of the fast action fisheries you might expect to see values in 3, 4, 5 catch per unit effort. And finally, winter fishability. 82% of the time we had this sort of threshold value less than 800 CFS occurring during the proposed winter season. And this was averaged over the from 2000 to 2011, a fixed flow measuring device. So with the information provided in this presentation, the department would like to ask the commission to make a decision or choice on the Upper Trinity River proposal. One is to initiate the rulemaking process for regulation change, or 2, not initiate a rulemaking process. And this concludes my study, and I'll be glad to take any questions you may have.
Any questions from the commissioners?
None, Rogers.
Thank you for your presentation. Does the department have a recommendation? I wasn't clear whether you were making a recommendation rather than just giving us a choice here.
We're really just giving you a choice, asking you to make a recommendation or a call on the...
Well, it's often helpful to us if you suggest what you think we should do.
Well, we have internally discussed it, and it really boils down to expectations of the fishery. You know, you saw some of the numbers we were posting on there, some of the, and I gave examples of numbers we'd see from a lot of other streams. So basically, it'll be a lot of work to catch fish, and the majority of these fish that support those numbers are these smaller size fish, 5, 6 inch fish is what we mainly seen. As for running into the effluvial fish, we did see some single-digit numbers in both years. We did see some reds, but the numbers just, we didn't see a lot of them. You can argue we just weren't there during the peak time. We tried to spread out our sampling to hit all seasons, if you will, of the winter, from early on, middle, winter. It does get tough to go sample out there. With the variability of habitat, it's an undammed system. It fluctuates quite a bit with winter flows. So overall, we just think the expectations going out there compared to a lot of systems we do have open, it's going to be lower. So will we recommend opening it or not ourselves? If it's acceptable to have this type of fishery where expectations might not be reached, then it could be. Otherwise, it might be not on par with a lot of systems or things we have open in the northern region right now.
Okay, thanks. I, for one, would like to hear public comment on this before we give it direction to our staff. Any other questions from other members of the commission?
No, and commissioners, I was going to take the liberty of reading his body language, which you could not see necessarily. So would it be accurate to say that while you wouldn't oppose the fishery, you don't think it's offering much?
Yes, that would be
okay. Just that's kind of what I was picking up on it. All right, this goes to item G, other, and I understand we have an other, or did, regarding perch.
Sacramento perch.
Did you still want to do that?
Sure.
We got a little update on one of my favorite fish.
Right, since you're up in Region 1 here, Mike Dagies also is prepared, Neil Manji, Regional Manager, Northern California Region, Department of Fish and Wildlife. Yeah.
Say something, Richard.
All right. I will.
Is this the tuna guy?
You're jealous, I can tell. Yeah, it is, and I got pictures if you were here.
Listen, that cow, I am darn jealous.
I got the same pictures, Richard.
All right, I've got Mike Daggy here to present a few slides of a very successful reintroduction of Sacramento perch, our only native centrarchid or sunfish, to California. So if you guys would allow Mike to give that little talk, I think it's a pretty good success story, and we are going to be looking forward to doing more in the future. So go ahead, Mike.
So cue up the fence. Do you need me to state my name again? Michael Dagey, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Northern Region. As Neil just stated, that we're just here to give you an update on an interesting project that we're taking on right now. It's a Sacramento Perch Sportfish Project. There's two main goals that we're looking at for this project. Is one, to increase public awareness, interest, and fishing opportunities for Sacramento perch, and two, increase Sacramento perch numbers throughout its historic range. And this project is being implemented by our department's reservoir program. Background on Sacramento perch: it's a member of the centrarchid family, or bass and sunfish family. It's the only native sunfish found west of the Rocky Mountains, and it's only endemic to California. Sacramento perch was listed as a species of special concern in 1995 by the department. And some of the most recent studies, or field studies by UC Davis, has ruled the Sacramento perch, at least wild populations, to be extirpated from its native range, although it seems to be doing fairly well in stock locations in and outside its range. Reasons for the decline are most likely due to habitat loss and competition from exotic species, mainly in its own family, be the other sunfish species that have been introduced into California. Historically, Sacramento perch occupy the Sacramento-San Joaquin Valley floors, San Francisco Bay Area, Clear Lake, and the Salinas-Pajaro drainages. And as I mentioned, they've been stocked outside this area, and including Eastern Sierras, Modoc Plateau, and even out of state as far as ways Dakotas and Texas. One key attribute the Sacramento perch has over its nearby cousins is the ability to tolerate higher alkalinities, and this is probably one of the advantages, or why we see the population, especially in the Eastern Sierras and Modoc Plateau and other states, as it's doing very well. These other sunfish species, exotic sunfish species, can't tolerate it or don't tolerate it well, and hence the perch became a choice sunfish or game fish to be stocked there. Just to jump briefly into our first pilot project for the Sacramento perch, in 2011-12, we started a project using the latest information that we can gather. A lot of new information has just come out on Sacramento perch, mainly out of UC Davis in the last 10, 15 years, which gave us a little insight on Sacramento perch is not strictly a warm water species, but it does tolerate a little more cooler environments than we expected, which might be related to some of the river flows, backwater areas, and so forth. We incorporated a lot of this information and had the opportunity to work on a department wildlife area pond, able to drain it, remove the exotic fish species, put in habitat structures and designs to benefit Sacramento perch. One of the key problems that have, or Sacramento perch populations face today through a UC Davis report, is that there are several populations, or quite a few populations, that are considered genetically bottlenecked today. This probably stems back to historical stocking practices, where they were probably all pulled from one or two source populations when the perch were declining, and probably not from a lot of individuals to start those populations. In addition, there's also been some illegal introductions, probably with small numbers. Although the focus is Sacramento perch, we are also looking on adding complementary species to this restoration work we're doing. And for this example, we use Sacramento blackfish. Another species that would be used would be hitch. Speckled dace could be another one, and California roach. These are species that would normally be found or historically found with sacramento perch. We're using them as sort of a multi-species sort of effort, but also would provide a forage fish, as sacramento perch in a lot of these efforts would be the top predator sport fish that we'd have. And being that's the pilot project, we took all the best information that has recently come out, and we're also planning to learn a lot from doing these kind of projects. We know sacramento perch have been stocked. We know they don't do well with other sunfish species, but there's some other characteristics that sacramento perch just sort of fade away or don't do well. So bringing them back to the valley, we're going to definitely monitor this and see what kind of, adaptively add some changes or what we need to if we find other bodies of water that we can start implementing more of these projects. And final bullet there is we're always on the lookout. It's really hard to find a water that would be accepting or acceptable for sacramento perch reintroduction because of their limitations or limitations with other sunfish species. Extremely hard. They're basically other exotic sunfish species are scattered throughout the state. They have easy mechanisms or ways of getting into bodies of water. So it's a real challenge trying to find any water with a clean slate, if you will.
Is that it?
No, it's one more slide. A couple more. In summary, I just want to reiterate, basically, this is to provide two things: provide a unique angling opportunity, allow Californians to catch a native sunfish, which is basically a lot of Californians don't even know this fish exists. And we also want to increase public awareness and interest. With this project, we'll be, once we get it up and going, we've got populations established, advertising, put signage up at some of these bodies of water we get going, websites, notice that here's an opportunity, here's lakes you can go to go catch sacramento perch. And second point is called the restoration point, is basically we'll be increasing sacramento perch populations throughout its native range, which is a factor that's been identified on, if you will, trying to help restore the species itself. And that is the summary. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to.
Yeah, I did have one question. I understand in one of those studies, they identified John Carlson as being a significant threat to sacramento perch.
Yes. No.
All right, with that, unless there's questions from commissioners, we'll take public comment and then ask the commissioners for any potential direction or action. Is that okay, Mr. President?
Kisaki, yep, please.
Mary?
Paul Weekland, George Osborne, and Curtis Knight.
Paul doesn't seem to be here, so George, come on up.
Thank you, Saki. Good afternoon, Commissioners. George Osborne. I'm here representing the California Association of Recreational Fishing and the Mount Lassen Trout Farm. We're all too often too quick to criticize the department, but once in a while we get a chance to say thank you. And we've had a particularly thorny issue among fishing lake regulations and lakes that have been exempted from fishing license requirements for many, many years in California. The director has taken a personal interest in this issue. He met with us. We met with the department for about 3 hours on Monday. A significant part of that time, the director was there, provided us really good input, as did Chief of Fisheries Stafford Lair, and special kudos to the aquaculture coordinator, Randy Lovell, for his recommendations. And frankly, we believe that the meeting was really productive, and we're on a path to frankly solving an issue that's been on the thorn of the side, both the department and industry for some period of time. And we're pleased to report that. I want to also take the opportunity to bring back in front of the commission the issue that was before you in December of 2011, having to do with the private stocking permit regulations, specifically the 37 counties that are currently exempted from stocking permits, and let you know that we're continuing to work with the department and trying to come to a resolution on that issue. And we're hopeful, again, with the same spirit that we're looking at the other issues, that we can come to a successful resolution of that issue before it comes back to the Commission. And finally, I'd like to, on behalf of Peace Officers of California, which I also represent, which includes the California Fish and Game Wardens Association, to give recognition to the wardens in the field for not only their protection of California's natural resources, but also their contribution to the general public safety. I think everybody here in this room is likely aware of the situation that occurred down in Southern California with a former LAPD officer and his killing spree, if you will, and recognize that it was a couple of the Fish and Game Department wardens who actually brought the guy to ground, exchanged direct gunfire with him, and I have photographs that I can give to the commissioners if they desire of the vehicle they were traveling in, their warden's rig, which is literally riddled with bullet holes when they actually brought this guy to a stop and caused him to go into the cabin where he eventually met his demise. And again, I think that we should all recognize the contribution of the wardens and the dangers that they face, not just in, again, protection of our natural resources, but to the contribution they make to the public safety of the citizens of California. And thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer it.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, George. On behalf of the Commission, I just wanted to say that since you brought up the issue, that we are well aware of the role that our wildlife officers played in the Southern California incident. We're grateful for their vigilance and also grateful that none of the wardens or wildlife officers was injured. But we are very aware of that and grateful for the role that they play every day in the field.
Next speaker.
President Sutton, Commissioner Stout, my name is Chris Knight. I'm the Conservation Director for California.
Are we still on?
Excuse me? Oh,
Do you have any other public comments, Honky?
yes, I called him up. You're not hearing this?
No.
Okay. Our mic might have just died. Hold on a second. Dead battery. Try it again.
Great. Is that better?
Can you hear him now?
Yes, that's better.
President Sutton, Commissioners, staff, thanks for the opportunity to talk. My name is Curtis Knight. I'm the Conservation Director for California Trout based here in Mount Shasta. So if somebody hasn't done this already, I'd like to welcome you to the area and thank you for bringing the first significant snowfall in 2 months with you. So it's much appreciated. On the opportunity regulation issue, we want to just make a couple of points. And one is, yes, as it's been stated, we brought this before the Commission a few years ago. We want to thank the Department for following up with good information over the past couple of years to help inform this decision. That's the way we would like fishing regulations to be done, to be informed by biological information. And we believe the report does that. As was mentioned, I think you could say the report results may be less than exciting as far as providing a really dynamic and great fishery, certainly something that Cal Trout might not call one of our blue ribbon waters, like the Upper Sac was brought up as a comparison. But we've heard loud and clear from stakeholders in the local area, our members in the local area, guides, about the opportunity there, especially around the adfluvial population. And we appreciate the Department's efforts for trying to find those, going at the right time, but it can be a fleeting thing. And it's maybe not happen a lot, but I think a lot of the folks up there recognize when it does happen, and it can be a pretty outstanding fishery at the right time. It can also provide for guides and other fishing opportunities that are very important to that rural economy. So we certainly appreciate the low expectations position of the Department and maybe the hesitancy, if that's the right word, of the Department to recommend moving forward on initiating the rule change, but we believe we would support that process for those reasons mentioned. We think it could really provide some additional fishing opportunities in a way that doesn't really harm a biological resource. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis, and thank you for acknowledging that there aren't very many fish apparently in that stretch of the river, but on the other hand, we're talking about fishing opportunity here, not fishing guarantee. So I'm going to recommend, pending the advice of my fellow commissioners, that we suggest that the department and the commission move to amend the regulatory package to open that area of the Upper Trinity. But I want to hear from my fellow commissioners what they think first.
I agree.
Yes.
So it's unanimous.
So, okay, do we need a motion to do that, or is that sufficient direction?
That's sufficient direction. I'll have to work with the department and figure out what the timing would be and the details.
Sonky, this is Stafford and President Sutton. So we do have on the Commission's regulatory calendar Section 7.50, subsection B, that's queued up for, if I'm not mistaken, June for the notice hearing, and that would be the appropriate time to bring this forward.
Excellent.
Thank you, Stafford. That sounds fine to me. Frankly, from what I've heard from the very good report from the department today, I'm not sure I'll be making a beeline for the Upper Trinity. As Curtis knows well, I have a hard enough time catching fish in the Upper Sacramento where they're 3,000 per mile, much less 30 per mile. So, but be that as it may, it sounds like there may be periodic opportunity on the Upper Trinity that would be worth pursuing. So I'm all in favor of moving forward.
All right. Any other comments on item 12, department updates? All right.
I would just say, so we have maybe the complete package for the upcoming Sportfish regulatory section. We have obviously the information I disclosed today about the catch and release salmon waters. We have the Upper Trinity proposal, and we have a couple of other requests for other waters.
Sounds good.
Right.
Okay.
And
as long as you can accommodate all of that in June, I think that would be great.
I think we can. We just need to remember that we've found out that we push one side of this thing and unintended consequences can happen, so we're going to be working under that streamlining simplification guidance that we got in December, and so we'll bring something forth.
And
great, thank you, Stafford, and thanks for the great staff work on this.
And Stafford, I would also recommend maybe giving us a status update at the May meeting on how it's looking, and if you run into any snafus, it'd be a good time to talk before we actually deliver something at the June meeting.
Okay, I appreciate that, Sonky. We can do that.
Okay, great. With that, Mr. President, I think we can move to item 13, which is other informational item. There are no legal counsel items that I'm aware of unless Christopher pipes up.
No, none here.
All right, thank you very much. I'm glad to hear you're still there. There are no federal agencies because they were sequestered. They could not travel. Which brings us, no speakers on 14?
13, you mean?
13?
No.
Okay. That means we're ready to go to agenda item 14, Mr. President.
Thank you, Sonky. Please go ahead.
Okay, item 14, possible direction on legislative matters. I am happy to report, based on the direction you gave staff at 2 previous meetings, it does appear that we have found a person willing to float a bill on creating the Wildlife Resources Committee. to be a companion language like the Marine Resources Committee, and that the Commission's willing to sponsor and offer me up to testify during legislative hearings to explain the intent and answer any questions. So unless you have any questions, it's an update on progress.
That sounds great, Sonky. My only question was whether or not that could be, since that's a singular item and an important one, whether we could ask Mr. Chesbro or one of his colleagues to incorporate that provision or amend one of his existing bills, such as AB 504 or 497, to include that, rather than do a standalone bill. But
I think that's actually what they're planning on doing.
okay, that's great.
All right. Under this item, I would also like to highlight, in your briefing, we discussed, Assemblyman Chesbro did introduce two bills. One was a placeholder, but the one had some language to add some flexibility to the Commission's operations. AB 504 proposes reducing the annual minimum number of meetings from 10 to 8. And eliminates the prohibition of meeting more than 3 times in Sacramento. And also eliminates a 20-day period after meetings the Commission make adjustments to rulemaking, since that is not consistent with APA, so it's not actually a useful provision. So unless there's specific comments on that, we'll take, is there any public comment?
We have one. Tom Raftikin.
Tom's gone. Any questions, Commissioners?
No.
Nope.
All right, that leads us to item 15, Commission policies.
One other note on legislative matters, as has been our practice, the Marine Resources Committee will be looking at any marine-related legislation with possible view toward Commission comment or support, recommending Commission comment or support later in the legislative season.
Yes, we'll be working with the Department's legislative staff to make sure we get all bills that might affect your business before you for discussion.
And that function, of course, should also be flagged for the Wildlife Resources Committee.
Yes.
Any relevant legislation that the committee feels the Commission should support or oppose or co-sponsor and so forth.
We will do that. All right, Commission policies.
Yes, Sonky, this is Stafford. Just to make you aware, it appears that the video connection has gone down.
Okay, I can do it with hand puppet signs. On the Commission policies, the key thing here again is AB 2609 Hueso's bill. The policy parts here are in the bill. There were requirements to encourage the governor to consider minimum qualifications. Obviously, that's something we can't codify or adopt. That's in the bill. The election process was also changed through statute, and there was a prohibition on president, vice president serving more than 2 consecutive terms. That's also in the statute. Also, the removal of the vice president with at least 3 votes of the commissioners. And the one we haven't really talked about, but I hinted at earlier, is a requirement for the Commission to adopt a code of conduct by July 1st. This is not a regulation, it is more of a policy or code of conduct. And under this agenda item, we're actually asking, we've included in your binders the draft code of conduct policy that is essential, it is the code of conduct recommended in the Hueso bill, and staff's recommending you adopt that today as your code of conduct unless you so choose to modify it. And a point of clarification, the code of conduct in the statute is considered a minimum set of conduct guidelines.
Sonky?
Yes.
Are the commissioners still online?
Yes.
Okay, Adriana just reported she lost the connection down at her end. I just want to double check, make sure everybody's still here.
Oh. Sounds like I got all three commissioners still, so I'm still got a meeting. Thank you.
We still, the video feed is still frozen, but we're still on the conference call.
Yeah, well, I really don't have anything to show you. You have in your packet the code of conduct. We've been discussing this for the last three meetings. So staff, again, recommends that you adopt the code of conduct. You don't have to do that today. You can defer it later. And I have a motion if you're so interested. Are there any public...
If it says that the other commissioners supposed to conduct themselves like I do, I move the motion.
Oh, hallelujah, I'm all for that.
We call it the Kellogg provision.
So did I get a motion by Kellogg and a second by Rogers?
I've read the proposed code of conduct, and I don't have a problem with it. So, Sonky, will you call the roll? We have a motion and second.
All right, well, the motion is to commission hereby adopts code of conduct. Policy is drafted. I have a motion by Kellogg, a second by Rogers. The roll call, President Sutton.
Aye.
Commissioner Kellogg.
Aye.
Commissioner Rogers.
Aye.
Thank you. We have a unanimous vote, and you now have a code of conduct and have satisfied a significant piece of the WASO bill mandate. Thank you very much. That moves us to agenda item 16, announcement of the executive session. We didn't have one. I take it there's no speakers.
No, there isn't.
All right. Number 17 is new business. Commission follow-up or staff direction. I don't have any specifically. Did the commissioners have anything for their staff?
I don't.
All right.
I do, Mr. President, if I may.
Commissioner Rogers.
I would like to discuss, I don't know if we need to agendize it, but certainly under new business perhaps next time, and I think I'd like everyone to know that I'd love to discuss the status of our audio-visual support. From what I understand of the process, the AGP is no longer producing for us, and we have an outfit provided to us by the state. I would like to discuss that relationship, the cost of that service, and the elements of that service, so that we can be certain that we are providing for the taxpayers of the state of California the best possible deal.
All right. What we can do is make sure at the...
Commissioner Rogers, I agree we ought to find a way to discuss that, Sonky, and whatever agenda item is appropriate for our next meeting.
All right. We will agendize it for the April meeting, and I'm looking at the staff that are doing our audiovisual, and so I'm hoping you'll be able to participate in the April meeting to present and have a discussion about your services, et cetera. Does that seem feasible? I'm getting a head nod, so it looks like they're willing and able to do that.
So I think it would be, if I may, Mr. President, appropriate to let AGP know that we are going to agendize that and discuss it as well.
Sure, we can do that.
Sonky, that would be great. In fact, for those of us who, I think not many of us are aware of what happened to AGP and why they're no longer working with us and so forth, why the change was made. So if we could get a clarification of that and discuss the quality of service, that would be great.
Okay.
That and the authorities, all of the citations, everything in government code, who specifically at GSA, is that correct? No, Department of General Services, DGS, who specifically is forcing us to do this, and a very careful examination of the costs so that everyone knows that we are being asked to pay a great deal more. My understanding is it's approximately 60% more for less service. And exactly why that is.
We will be prepared in April to go over all the details, and so we can have a thorough discussion.
Very good, Sonky. Thank you.
The other items, there's two other things. One's a repeat, but I just want to emphasize this, is we'll plan on setting up the ZAA discussion at the May meeting in LA based on previous discussion. And the other thing I want to draw your attention to is I had one of the ACs, I believe, from the enforcement approached me and interested in conducting another commission-sponsored enforcement shooting competition. And so I was just posing that question to the commissioners if they're interested in hosting another commission shoot. They, of course, like the Contra Costa facility, but I will leave that up to the commissioners, and we can chat about that later. And with that, I don't have any other items on 17.
Sonky, I wanted to discuss, maybe under agenda item 18, some presentations at future meetings.
Sure, yeah, that'll be the appropriate time.
Okay.
All right, any public comment on 17?
No speakers.
All right, and that moves us on to item 18, announcement of future meetings. And I may be heading you off, President Sutton, but based on availability of desired speakers, the April workshop on the hatchery report won't be feasible if you want folks like Peter Moyle to participate. So I wasn't sure what you want to do with the planned workshop on the second day.
So, Commissioners, you'll recall that we asked the Department for help in putting together a panel discussion on hatchery reform, the reform of salmonid hatcheries, particularly salmon and steelhead hatcheries. There was a recent report released that was commissioned by Congress on this issue. It's an issue for not just California, but all of our western states that have Pacific salmon and steelhead. There have been quite some interesting scientific developments on the and advances in our role, in our understanding of the role of hatcheries in salmoniid conservation. And I just wanted to make sure that we have the latest information available to us as we consider the future of our salmonid hatcheries in California. Because we had trouble lining up some of the speakers we wanted to participate, I'm going to propose that we delay that until perhaps September or one of our future meetings. September occurs to me as an appropriate one because
we'll be with Oregon.
We could do it with Oregon, and Oregon, exactly. My thinking is that Oregon and Washington have more experience with this issue, and they've adopted hatchery reform policies already, their commissions, because they have more salmonid hatcheries than we do. So we might be able to learn from them about this issue. So tentatively, we might schedule this for September or one of the meetings leading up to that, with your permission.
Sure.
I agree.
As do I. On a related note, it's my ambition to have a kind of a presentation on new science, if you will, or new thinking at each of our commission meetings, just to make sure that we're on the cutting edge. In April, Sonky and I were talking about having a brief summary of a luncheon that we both participated in, along with Dan Paragary, in Sacramento recently, on the role of long-term monitoring in adaptive management. There were three or four speakers, Sonky. I moderated the session. Paragary talked about the role of long-term monitoring and adaptive management of waterfowl. Dr. Mark Carr talked about the role of long-term monitoring and managing our marine resources and marine protected areas in particular under the MLPA. And then another speaker talked about the role of long-term monitoring in the delta, fish populations like the delta smelt. So it was really interesting, and I thought it might be useful to have Dan Paragary and Mark Carr at least repeat their presentations for us, maybe in an abbreviated fashion at our April meeting, if you all are interested.
I am.
Okay. And the other topic that that we will, I'm hoping, get a presentation on while we're in the Klamath Basin in September during our joint meeting would be the status of Klamath Basin restoration efforts, and again a panel discussion of stakeholders in that region. We'll meet in Wairika on the 4th of September, and then go to Medford, Oregon on the 5th of September for our joint meeting. The two commissions will meet separately the first day on the 4th and jointly the second day. And then on the 6th, it's our proposal that we host at least a half-day field trip to the Klamath Basin to hear from some of the stakeholders in that and what could become the United States' largest river restoration effort ever. And that would be a half-day optional field trip, culminating in a barbecue at the ranch of a friend of mine on the Wood River in the heart of the Klamath. So that's our tentative plan for September, but of course we're open to suggestions on the agenda.
With no other comments I hear coming, I do want to point out that while I understand we prefer one-day meetings, based on all the listing petition discussions we're going to have in April and other business, it looks at this point that April will be a two-day meeting.
April, 2 days.
Yeah, I will let you know otherwise, but at this point I think it would be prudent to plan on a two-day meeting for the April.
One more suggestion, Sankey, while we're on this topic. As you heard earlier this morning, last week the MLPA Monitoring Enterprise and the department and others sponsored a symposium in Monterey on the first 5 years of the Central Coast Marine Protected Areas. I've suggested to Skylie McAfee, the head of the Ocean Science Trust, who was one of the organizers of the meeting, that she and perhaps someone from the department put together a brief summary of what we learned at that symposium for the commission. And again, that was something we did. You may recall John Ugaretz and Sati Arme presented a similar summary to us of the Ventura Symposium 5 years ago on the first 5 years of the Channel Islands MPAs.
Mike, we just did this earlier today.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just suggesting that we put that presentation on the agenda for one of our upcoming meetings in May or June or August, perhaps.
Yeah, and I also, based on the meeting last week, I think it would be very interesting and useful to the commissioners to get a presentation by either Kat Coleman, the Undersecretary, Resources on Marine, to discuss their regional implementation plans. They're developing some very interesting approaches to implementing MLPAs in an efficient and effective manner, and I think it'd be good to have her or staff kind of explain their approach to this at one of your meetings also.
I agree. I mean, to the extent that we have pledged and are required by statute to manage these areas in an adaptive fashion, we need to have the latest information available to do that. So with your permission, we'll ask Sankey to work with Skylie and Kat Coleman and others to schedule that.
Okay, and we do have one public speaker.
I believe this card says George Osborne.
Oh, George
Nope.
has passed. All right, are there any other things in terms of your calendar? Any questions? If not, commissioners, Mr. President, you are in a position you can adjourn the meeting.
Mr. President, before you do that, if I may.
Commissioner Rogers?
I want to express my apology for those of you who are present in Shasta for us not being there. As you know, the plane was grounded and we couldn't get up. I was actually at the Burbank Airport at my Southwest Airlines gate when I was recalled from boarding the aircraft. So we did try.
Indeed. Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. I think you speak for all of us. And the only thing that makes it easier is that we will look forward to being in Wairika in September and seeing some of you then.
Absolutely.
Without any further objection to adjourning.
So moved.
Thank you. We're adjourned.
All right, thank you all. Safe travels.